my screen. Okay, here it comes.
Yeah, you're on.
You're on.
Okay, you're on.
Modern technology. Okay, good. Okay, so we are at the moment having people join us at a pretty rapid pace. I can see the number clicking up, and my guess is it's going to be a good 5 minutes or so before we have the majority, actually probably more than that, maybe more like 10 minutes before we have the majority of everyone on. So the first thing I want to say is welcome to the early birds. Thank you for being here on time. You will see my screen here, which is the beginning of a number of slides where I'm going to be taking us through the top 10 trends in business. And this second slide here, which is about to come on your screen as well, is going to give us a bit of a overview as to why I'm calling this a virtual conference rather than just a webinar or something. It's very unusual compared to many out there for a number of reasons. The first one is it's 4 hours long, which is pretty long. We're going to have a break halfway through it. When I say break, it's going to be a short, like 5-minute, 10-minute break just before the second half. But the most important reason isn't the length of it. The most important reason is because we're going to make this quite interactive. And so as I'm going through the 10 waves, which is going to be something that takes place all the way through the session, and as we share with the change makers that we come on board, who I'll be telling you about in a moment, and as I tell you all about the Entrepreneurs Institute that we're launching and how that works, you have an opportunity to get connected in with the conversation and to be sharing with each other as well as be asking me questions so that you can make sure you get the very most out of this and get a brilliant plan together for 2013. So as you can see at the bottom there are 2 different ways that you can get involved in the conversation. So if you are on Twitter right now, let's start with Twitter. You can see here that I have got a hashtag FFYB2012. So I'm going to just go over to Twitter for a moment, where I have set up a search here, as you can see here on FFYB2012. If you are not following me yet on Twitter, here is me. When I click on me, it comes up very simply. You can just search under Roger Hamilton, as you can see at the top here. In fact, what I'm going to be doing as I go along is I'm going to be taking these and actually posting them as well within our Fast Forward Your Business page, which I'll basically tell you about in a moment. But I'm going to post it down on this link, which is the link under this picture here. Opportunities are everywhere. And I'll tell you what to do with that link in a moment. But as I give you every link, I'm going to be posting it down here, so you can always come back and refer to it later. Let's go back to Twitter for a moment. So on here, I'm going to be following through on anyone who posts anything under FFYB2012. If you want to link to me as well, of course you can do that, but I may not see it until later because I'm going to be coming back here. But let's say, for example, I'm on Twitter. Here I am, and I decide I'm going to tweet something. So I basically come to my tweet and I say the virtual conference is on. Hashtag. No, wrong paste. All right, okay, that didn't work. Let me go back and get my hashtag. Here we go. All right, copy, paste, and off we go, right? So now that I've tweeted that, when I come back here, I can see already someone just tweeted, and I'm like, wow, interesting. I wonder who just tweeted about FFYB2012, and it's like, oh, it wasn't even me. Aisley just tweeted. Awesome. Okay, so I can go to the top. I can research again and search, and then up comes gradually research. Okay, refresh, and we should have a number more. There I am, right? So there I am. There Ainsley is. There is anyone else who comes up here as well. So anyone else who basically posts on that, I'll see that. What I would suggest for anyone listening who's thinking, I'm actually going to follow Roger's instructions this morning, go ahead and post something in there just to test it out. And this is as much about how you're connecting with other people on this call, because there are people from all over the world. We've got about 500 people who are going to be on this call today. So they're from all over the world. Post something up there so that, again, you're just introducing yourself to everyone else there. This is going to be as much about the opportunities you have with others as anything else as well. All right. So basically, that's one thing I would say. When you have questions or anything like that, I'm going to be reviewing this as I'm going through each wave and picking up on any questions or even comments. You're going to see that I'm going to be giving you, with every single one of these steps, some quite specific advice and also links and things to go and do. And if you actually say, hey, great, well, Roger suggested, but you know, I've got a suggestion here as well, then throw that in there as well, and people can then basically use the power of the crowd to make sure that we're really getting the most out of everyone on this call. Okay, so this is number one thing I wanted to share with you. Second thing is some of you are more comfortable with Facebook. Some of us actually use both. So here's what we're going to be doing on Facebook. As if I come back to here, you will see I'm saying ask questions on Twitter by using this hashtag, but I'm saying ask questions on Facebook by coming along to this link here. So this link here, which you can see here for anyone who is at the point in your life where you're tired of actually physically typing out URL, I'm actually putting into the chat here, where I know there's going to be people who are going to be posting things on the chat and so on, but I'm posting in the chat that link, right? That's on the GoToWebinar chat. I'm also posting it in the answers section so that you've actually got that in the Q&A as well. Both ways is there. And of course, if you simply go to Facebook and you just search for Fast Forward Your Business, this is what's going to come up. It's just facebook.com Fast Forward Your Business. So we're using that because that is our page for Fast Forward Your Business. And you'll see that on here, what I've got is I've got this image, and this the great thing about having an image, by the way, if you're using Facebook and you want to capture all your comments, you can see people are commenting down here as well already, is the great thing about this is it allows you to capture this for later. So let's say, for example, I happen to be Roger Hamilton, which I am, by the way, and I decide on here, I'm going to go back to where I was a moment ago. I'm here, and I say, oh, great, okay, I'm going to capture this, everything, all the comments and everything gets made here, so I'm going to take this and I'm going to share it, right? So I click on share. It says, do you want to share this? And the answer is yes, I do. By me sharing it, I've now shared it onto my timeline. That now means that forever and a day, when I come to my timeline, I'm going to have it on here, or I've got it basically as a way for me to be able to connect. And when I click on it, it takes me straight to all the comments and all the notes and everything, which is on here as well. So I share that because I think if you, first of all, were to click on this and share it, it gives you a chance to be able to have your notes on here. Do note that if I make comments right from my page, it isn't going to go to that same place. I do need to click on it, which takes me to the fast forward link and all the comments here. You're going to see at the moment there are already people here. We've got Michael from Poland. We've got Meg from Australia. I'm going to ask everyone here to basically test your Facebook dexterity by putting on here right now a comment just in terms of who you are, where you're from, whatever you want to say, right? So just go ahead and post a comment right on this link right here, and if you haven't yet found it, there I go, I'm going all over the place now. If you haven't yet found it, like I said, you go to the Fast Forward Your Business page, and on the Fast Forward Your Business page, you will find it right here. By the way, if you haven't actually liked this page yet, go ahead and like it, because that way you're going to be able to come back to the Fast Forward Your Business events, all the ones we run. We're going to capture all this detail on here. We're going to start doing this, by the way, on all of our events next year as well, and I'm going to be telling you a little later about all the events that are going on next year. We have them already all scheduled. We have a link to all of them, which I'll be giving to you for all the events that are going to be taking place, and so you're going to be able to follow along to those events going on as well. So there's a lot of comments going on in here at the moment. So a couple of things as well as commenting on it. Click on like. Why click on like as well? Because not just because it's good to have some likes, but by clicking on like, you can already see, oh look, here's different people here that I should be connecting up with who are already on this call. So even if people aren't making comments down the bottom, you can actually click on all of these. Obviously, what happens when there's a whole bunch of people, like let's say if I go down to on my page, which is here, this is my page here. I can go to something like this one here where there's these people who have liked it. I can click on 77 others who are these people that have liked it, and obviously what comes up is every single person together with their details of who they are, which to me is very helpful if I want to have a quick directory of everyone who's on the Fast Forward call. So by clicking on the like and using your photos structure for cause, this is a very, very powerful way of being able to actually capture everyone who's on a call, as well as all the comments that are taking place on the call as well. I do this in all my mentoring. It works brilliantly. And if you do mentoring or speaking engagements, you might want to consider doing the same as well. So I know we have now several hundred people on the call already. We have 3 likes, so the dexterity at the moment on Facebook is not high, but I have faith in you. So go ahead, click the like, and at the same time, click the share, and put a comment and then down there, and then I'm going to be using this to put all my links down as we go as well. Okay, I think that's probably enough of the briefing. I think everyone gets a pretty good idea that we're going to be following everyone along on Twitter. There's 12 new tweets already on Twitter, so here are all the things that are already on here. Yikes, Roger, I feel almost exhausted already with all that you were saying. Oh, Sandy, don't say that. You are in for a long 4 hours if that's the case, because I am not going to slow down. We have got a little bit in London. We've got Niraj. Oh, also we've got Niraj, which I guess he's still there in India. We've got Sandy in Melbourne, Australia. We've got Owen in Devon. Apologies to UK it's so late at night, but this was the best time we could find. It got everyone, including Kieran here in New Zealand and others around the world who are in here as well. So keep on posting, and I will be coming back to those comments in a moment. All right, let's get started. I'm going to jump right into the top 10 trends. I have been on quite a number of webinars lately. I've been on a bit of a learning spree, and I can tell you that sometimes I find while webinars are helpful, sometimes the pace of comments is at the lowest common denominator. And what I mean by that is basically everyone wants to make sure everyone gets the message, and so everything goes slowly, and there's maybe 5 points in the whole webinar. We're going to do this the entirely different way around here. My view is, look, if you've got something that can be recorded, and technology even allows you to slow my voice down if you like, I'd rather go at the pace of the highest common denominator, because there are some people here who are going to get bored if I don't go through a lot of things very rapidly. So that's why I'm going to be capturing it as I go through it, but I want to basically already take an assumption that you're in business, that you are that you're doing fairly well, but there's challenges as always because things are moving so quickly. And your real question is, well, how can I get a very different result in my business? We've got a number of people who are going to be joining us on this call, and I'll be telling you a little bit about the timing and all that later. We have Mary Smith, who's going to be joining us all the way from San Francisco, or from San Diego, and she is an expert, as you can see here. We've written all about her. She's not just an expert, but I would say the expert when it comes to Facebook and social media. We've got Larry Benet, who is like the connector, and I was with Larry recently at the Speakers and Authors Networking Group. So how does someone who is more of a supported deal maker go about navigating the changes taking place right now compared to someone who's more of a star supporter like Mary? We're going to have Cohen Ray, who's joining us from Australia, so we're going to have a view from down under, and we're also going to be having the app man Simon Williams joining us from the UK. So we have quite an international cast that's going to be joining and sharing what they're going through and what their experiences are of the shifts and changes that are taking place right now as well. So just given that I've just given you a number of experts, and given that sometimes I try and basically develop my expertise as well, I'm now going to start this entire thing with this this article saying the end of the expert. The end of the expert, why no one in marketing knows what they're doing. This, I think, is the most fundamental part of what I'm about to share on this call. A lot of us go looking for experts, and when I say experts, we're looking for someone who's a teaching teacher, meaning we're saying, I hope someone's got some knowledge they can teach me how to do something, like do my social media or do my mobile strategy, or teach me how to start in a new country. And there's always going to be the room for the specialist. There's always going to be someone that you're going to need at a particular time. But for you to learn all of that at the moment, things are moving too quickly. And if you really think about it, the people that you're looking to follow are not the people that say, look, I've got something I learned in the past that I now want to teach you. It's really the people who are out there saying, look, I'm learning at the moment, and I'm learning as much as you are, but let me share with you what I'm learning. So effectively taking on the role of a leading learner. Because things are moving so quickly, we want to follow someone who's keeping up the times. We don't want to follow someone who's relying on their old knowledge. So this is about someone who's forward-leaning instead of backward-leaning. A leading learner is not someone who's an expert at knowing. A leading learner is someone who's an expert at doing. And what I'm going to go through in this is my role to you as a leading learner, saying here's the things I'm learning, here's the things that I'm doing with that learning, and hopefully from that there's going to be the right bits of information that you can take from that as well. This article, by the way, if you're interested in the article, it's a great article. So I'm going to be giving you a link to it, which is right here. And I'm going to be posting this right now into our link here. So here we go. Where are we? Alrighty. There is link number 1. When I put a link in here, obviously you know how this works. You're going to be able to see it, and you can see the image and so on. Richard Branson they've used as a great example. This is a Forbes article, and it's a great example of someone who's a leading learner. He's constantly going out there, not saying, look, let me teach you something. He's constantly going out there saying, hey, here's what I'm learning right now as well. I'm going to, by the way, before I go any further, for anyone who feels I am going too fast, give you a number of key links here. I've already given you, I think, the Twitter link, but here it is again. So if you're thinking, how do I link with Roger, then there I am. I'm going to give you on this also the fast forward your business link, which is obviously the link to here. Now you might think, well, that's obvious. Why would you post it there? But like I showed you earlier, even if you come to my personal page right now, you'll see I've already shared this on the personal page. So you can, if you can't even find the fast forward your business page, you can come to this page here, click on there, and then you're going to be able to actually see all the notes down here already and all the links down here as well, right? It'll take you straight through. Wherever you see this image on any of your friends' pages on your own page, just click on it and it will take you through to all of the different comments. So coming back to here, there's just if anyone's confused by the fact that there appears to be two pages I have on Facebook, the fact is I've got this one, which is my personal page, and while that looks the same, that picture is different. And then I have a totally different one, which is my fan page, because I kind of got to my limit, as many of us have. So that's my fan page, Roger Hamilton Flow, and that takes you to a very different page, but I posted this on here as well. All right, so those are those two links. And I'm going to give you a final one before I jump into the content here, which is Entrepreneurs Institute. This is our very new, we're very excited about this. We'll be talking about this today as well. And this is the Facebook page for Entrepreneurs Institute. So you can click on here and go through to this as well. We just opened this, and there's already people that are linking in here. So I'm going to add that while I'm at it. I'll come back to the other ones a little later. I'm going to go to Wave 1. Wave 1, if you have been to see any of the Fast Forward events over this last year, then this might surprise you that it's actually changed from what it's been this year, because things are moving so quickly. And everything I'm going to go through, starting from this first wave, is based on answering this one question. One question is coming up on the slide right now, and the question is the same question that we sent out in the message which you read when you got onto this, which is, what will you do to create a 10 times result in 2013? This is so fundamental that most of us, when we even ask ourselves a big question, like how do we get to 10 times result, either we don't take it seriously or we don't realize it has nothing to do with how hard we work. It can't, because most of us are working really hard anyway. So it's not about how do you work 10 times harder. It's about how do you work 10 times smarter. And it's the same in the way that someone who surfs a wave doesn't have to swim very much. In fact, when they're on the wave, they're not paddling at all. It has everything to do with how do you find a wave that's 10 times bigger. And it doesn't matter what kind of business you're in, there's going to be a way for you to leverage on waves that are out there that are 10 times bigger that will really allow you to get this going. And that's why I've called each of these trends a wave as we go through this as well. Okay, so ask questions, share resources, make connections. That's all on here, as I said. We're using Twitter, we're using Facebook. That's the summary for the harder learning. We've covered that bit. Here is wave number 1. Wave number 1, I've called 5 billion pockets. What I'm about to do is I'm going to share with you some things where you might have heard or known that there is a level of growth in what's going on with mobile and so on. But I'd like you to compare what's happening at the moment to very much the same thing that happened at that moment, where one moment none of us had any email addresses. Most of us were using pages. Remember that in the 1990s? We're using pages to text each other, or not even text each other, but just tell each other that we were trying to phone each other, and we were just getting into these mobile phones, and then suddenly this thing called the internet came along, and suddenly you had to get an email address. Think back to the first email address you ever got, and what that was like compared to today, the number of emails you get every day. This was before social media, before any of that was happening. Well, here's what's happening in mobile right now, and this is the level of change taking place. Even a year ago, people were talking about Apple as being the leader in smartphones. This article came out November the 7th, so everything I'm going to give you, most of it is in the last month. Google Android corners 75% of the global market. So Google Android is far, far, far ahead now of what is happening with Apple as the operating system. If you look at this, 181 million smartphones shipped worldwide, of which 136 million were Android devices. So Android's gone really far ahead right now. I'm going to, for anyone interested, I'm taking this article, and you can look into this, because when you think about 136 million devices, we are accelerating to a pace where, as you know, many, many more people are going to be on the internet via mobile. In fact, it's already hit that tipping point where that's taking place. I wrote an article recently which was all about Samsung, and it was about how Samsung's now selling double the number of smartphones as Apple. And at this point, if you're thinking, well, how's this going to relate to me? I'm about to share that with you. There's a second link here, which I'm just posting in here, which is about what's happening in China right now. This article also just came out, and here is an article about, oops, sorry, just before China, I forgot about this one. iOS apps still more profitable than Android, but Google Play is gaining. Google Play only launched as a store, very much like the Apple Store, in the last year, and it's only really just started taking off. It will be, as you can see here, is growing at 300% this year compared to Apple, which hasn't even doubled in size. So what we're going to be seeing is we're going to see the likes of the Android system and the platform overtake Apple in the next couple of years, if not in the next year. It's going to be that quickly, and this is the same thing that happened when Microsoft and the PC overtook Apple back in the 1980s. So why is it Apple always takes a head start in these technologies and then ends up losing? And the reason that happens is because at the beginning of any new technology, whoever can put all of it together, it's the same with any business. You know, and if you're smart enough, you can create, you know, the marketing and the product and get the customers and provide the service. Then to begin with, you're going to win. But once a market gets going, or once people get an interest in it, they're always going to move from that person delivering all of it to the group of people where everyone's got a specialty and everyone's delivering their part well. And that's what's happening right now in smartphone. It's gone to that second stage, which is the summer phase of business. And you may be in that same situation yourself, where you've been doing everything yourself, which is really the spring phase of starting something, and it's now time to go out and get the right partnerships to lead yourself forward. That's what's happening right now with the mobile market. This article here, the growth of China's smartphone market is absolutely staggering. As you can see here, China will be 2 times the US smartphone market this year. That means that in this next year, that's going to happen. 2 years ago, it was only a tiny proportion. Within about 4 years, it's going to be quadruple the US. In fact, already there are many, many more people using the internet and using smartphones of different languages than they are in English or American. And I'm sharing this again because if you're looking to get out to imagine is the fact that we're going to get 5 billion people who are going to have smartphones in their pockets. Or some kind of phone linked to the internet in their pocket within the next 10 years. That's the prediction. Right now it's 2 billion. It means there's 3 billion more. We're going to more than double. And almost none of them are going to come from the Western world. Some, but a small fraction, less than 10%. And that's just because there's already saturation in places like the States and some parts of Europe, whereas in other places like India or Africa, we're just getting started. So with this growth that's happening, as you can see here, the app market, which is growing, we're getting to $30 billion, 22. We're actually doubling this year, the entire app market. And at the same time, we are seeing some really great success stories now. Look at this one here. This is from Domino's Pizza. This came out just recently. Within 3 months of Domino's putting an iPad app out there, they generated over $1 million in sales every week in the US. Their Android app received 140,000 downloads. Now, these guys deliver pizzas. They're not a technology company. $1 million a week that they're getting already through their iPad app. Now, you can say, well, of course, it's a convenience company. It's ordering pizzas. People want to use technology. Well, what is it about what people are buying from you that already would make a big difference if you were delivering that in a smarter way so that it was already in people's pockets? If you can be in 5 billion pockets, someone comes along, waves a magic wand, and says, 5 billion in 10 years, 2 billion today, what do you have that's worthwhile that you want to put in someone's pocket? What's the message? What's your content? Or what's your product? Then to not be doing something there is like not having an email address. I'm going to go one step further. We are seeing a massive turnaround in a couple of different companies. eBay has had this huge turnaround this year. And the reason they've had this turnaround is because they have seen this huge shift that's taking place in mobile right now. They turned on their mobile platform in terms of eBay stores just in this last 12 months. And as a result of that, they've now totally shifted around their revenues. And the reason I'm sharing this is that whatever products you're selling, even if they're services, there's ways already to do it on eBay, on Amazon. You know, these are the platforms out there that are making the difference. And here, Cyber Monday sales soared. This is, as you can see, from just this last week. So why did they soar? Because the likes of Amazon, eBay buyers have gone mobile. And so while we've just kind of been enjoying Thanksgiving or enjoying the holidays, Amazon has seen a 42% year-on-year growth. This is a big company already. eBay's gone up 55%. And all of this has happened because of what's happening on mobile right now. So this mobile thing is not something just on the sidelines. It's right in the midst of where we are right now as well. And I put it as number one because it's the fastest growing thing that is going to impact your business there are going to be customers who are going to be recommending and then selling on behalf of their favorite retailers products direct from their smartphone when they meet with someone. You're going to find yourself doing the same as well. And if you're not out there already at the cutting edge of this, you're missing a silly, easy opportunity to be able to already be doubling your sales, tripling your sales by getting in the hands of the right people in the right way. I'm going to give you a few examples of this and how we're doing this a little later, because we're optimizing everything for mobile. We've got over 3,000 affiliates already that we're working with, and they're all effectively going to have their own storefront where they can sit with anybody, coach them, train them, use their iPad or use their iPhone to do it, and then sell straight off it and make the money, take the payment without any of those old-fashioned credit control issues or collection issues or anything like that as well. Everything I just shared on this, I've just put all those links down here as well. So you might say, well, Roger, I'm not into technology really, and I know I should be in mobile, but really I don't want to spend lots of money on someone to design an app or whatever else you think I should be doing. So here is some very simple, easy things. All of these have launched really in the last year. I'm going to give you a number of them. Here's one first of all. This is called Shout'em. Shout'em is a mobile app maker. It allows you to be able to create apps simply, no time, no effort, no programming. You can publish, you can create music apps, event apps, business apps. You can create, your next event that you're going to do, you can create an app for it. You can just basically go straight in here. It'll take you through. There's ones you can do for free, and then there's ones you can do with kind of some premium. And Shout'em is one example. I'm giving you all the best examples from all of my research and all of the entrepreneurs that I work with. Here's the second one, business apps. This is very business focused. So on this one here, the fast and easy way for small businesses to create mobile apps. A year ago, none of these really existed. A year ago, you had to go and get an app maker to be able to make all your apps. Where today, it's the same as the way that blogs have gone, the same as social media has gone. You don't need anyone there to do it for you. You can be doing it all personally yourself. So business apps is a second one that you should look into. And I would recommend, between now and the weekend, go create yourself an app. It's that easy. But by having it and having it out there, you can then start sharing it with the people in your network. No coding required. This one is one of the first ones that came out. It's called App Maker without the E. And this one, you can see, it allows you to monetize. You can put ads onto your app if you want. You can put on the conversation part so people can connect. You can put the videos into it, podcasts. You can take an RSS, so take your blog and turn it into an app. So all of this is there ready for you. And this one here is for anyone who's looking for a membership. You might have heard about this already. Newsstand on Apple is effectively the best way to create a membership nowadays because it's a subscription to a magazine. But you can turn your blog into a magazine. You can turn that magazine into something which will have subscribers, and you can get out there and actually share with people who are coming through to your content that they can subscribe and have it straight delivered into their iPad. And straight from doing that, you then basically collect their details and their payments every month. And it can be as low as 90 cents or whatever it is you want to be able to have people just paying you regularly and then using your content. And the final one is iBuild App, which actually does all of that. You can create a catalog, you can create an iPad app. This is specifically designed for the iPad, and those are all things that you can be doing that already, without any extra programming or anything like that, allows you to get into the pockets of 2 billion people, moving up to 5 billion. Here is the summary. I put on this side here, what's coming up on your screen right now, a summary of all of the places that I recommend that you go to and are present in the same way in the past, people would say, you've got to be on Google, right? It's like, no matter what kind of business you've got to be in Google. But I mean, back 15 years ago, it's like, you've got to be in Yellow Pages, right? So this is about the fact that today, being on Google doesn't really help you a lot on mobile because people aren't really Googling on mobile. They're going to their favorite places, they're searching via Facebook or they're searching via YouTube. But what I put on here are the places which already take payment and have a structure, so without even having to go and design something, for an app store, you can put up a store on Amazon, and straight away Amazon's already optimized for mobile. You can put up a little store on eBay, and straight away eBay is already optimized for mobile. You can go and just put up a Facebook page, and Facebook's optimized for mobile. You can have an app in either the App Store or for Android and Google Play. And Windows 8 has just launched their App Store with their new operating system for Surface this last month. And I've got to say, Microsoft is making a comeback with the things that they're going through now as well. And I'll be sharing more about the kind of things that they're doing, which I think are going to give them the same uptick that you've seen in eBay and YouTube recently because of what's happening mobile. So given what I've just shared on this first one, where I've just kind of given you an overview, you're going to notice that everything that I share is going to lead on to the next trend. And it's not all about technology, but technology is what's the biggest disruptor right now. And mobile is the biggest disruptor for us all having a global business. Every one of these mobile solutions I just mentioned, I'm also putting the link on here. So if you follow along on this, you'll be able to get to all of these links as well. So I'm just going to do this for a moment. And then I'm going to also just take a quick review on Twitter and on Facebook on any immediate comments or questions. And then I'm going to be jumping onto the second wave. As we go through this, I'm going to be giving more of the success stories and share about the things that we've been experiencing as we've gone through each of these as well. I can tell you on the mobile side, we've seen the number of people that now actually reach our products via mobile has overtaken the number of people that are reaching our products via a PC screen or a laptop. Okay, so I'm up here at the moment and just looking. There's a whole bunch of comments, but they all look like they're higher up at the moment. So if anyone has any questions or comments, you can pull them down a little lower on here. I'm going to come over to our Twitter page. Here it is. And we have a small number of little tweets here and no questions at the moment. So when you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to come on to our second part right now. This one is as big as the first one in its growth. And this one I included in other waves before. I've now made it its own wave because this wave is growing even faster than the mobile wave. And a lot of people aren't aware of how much it's going to impact their business and even the messaging and branding of your business. The world is watching. Rather than calling the World Wide Web, I'm going to start calling the World Watched Web. Because what's happening is that the biggest growth what's happening online right now isn't about the written word. I don't know if you remember a time, this is going back now, wow, this is my age, is like 20 years. Remember the times when you would turn on the TV and you could actually read it, right? So we're like talking like teletext times. You'd actually turn it on, you'd have the news there, and you click on the news because it's the easiest way to get news, and you'd actually read the TV. I think in the same way we laugh at the idea that why would anyone read the TV like that? And in fact, there's a little ticker going on below, and it's all integrated into the viewing. We're going to say the same about the internet in the future. We can look back at the internet and we're going to go, cannot believe that there was a time we actually just sat and actually read it. So here's what's happening right now about everything turning into mobile video. This is not about mobile phones, although the two are hand in hand. This is about us actually watching things more than reading things, or watching and reading together. This article here, online video drives mobile data traffic to double. And this is not double over like a couple of years, this is double over the last 12 months. And it's going to continue to increase at this pace as well. Here is, if you're thinking, well, it can't because there's not enough bandwidth, here is an article that came out, as you can see, a couple of days ago. The rest of the internet is too slow for Google Fiber. Google has now announced it's going to be going all over the US to begin with, and I'm guessing this is happening all over the world. And what they are going for is, if you think about your current upload download speed, here in Bali, we're celebrating because we've got to 2 megabits a second. Right? 2 megabits a second we might think is great. Singapore now has 100 megabits a second. In fact, if you get to cable, it's got even faster than that. What Google Fiber is not 100 megabits a second, it's 1,000 megabits a second. It's a gigabit a second. It's 10 times faster than 100 megabits a second. It's 50 times faster, sorry, 500 times faster than the internet speed that I'm coming to you with today, which means that everything just becomes seamless. And they've now just put this into Kansas City. It just happened this last week. They're now going to be rolling it out to different parts of America as well. And they're not going to be alone. There's going to be other providers that are going to get up to that speed as well. And how does that impact everything that we do? There's now this announcement, 800 million smart TVs. This is also from a few days ago. 800 million smart TVs by 2017. So we're all just going to be accessing the internet like some massive cable channel where we have every single one of millions of different channels that we can actually select. And the idea of you in the future, and when I say the future, I'm not talking about like 10 years down the line, I'm saying the next couple of years, the idea of you having a site is going to change to you having a channel. So think about that for a moment. If your business was being presented in a channel instead of a site, because no one wants to go and just read something, they want to go and actually be able to sample something and see it play and see it move. How do you change your messaging? How do you change your products? How are you designing it for that? Because if you're not, you're going to be left behind. And how do you do it in such a way that people even turn on their TV or click on their wall or their table and you show up because they want to be watching something or experiencing something that you're doing. Now, again, you might be thinking, I don't have any of the production skills for doing that, and so I'll leave it until later. Don't worry, I'll show you later how the production skills are as simple as what I shared earlier in terms of what you can do on the mobile side. But this is fundamental, is that the times of having a brochure to sell your business are transforming into the times of having a 3-minute video that sells your business. And we just went through an exercise in one of the programs that I ran, which is how would you put together a 3-minute video of your business, which really means you have to really articulate what's our value proposition, how do we stand out from others, what's the story that we want to tell people. And when you do that, that becomes so powerful, not just for what you do on your video, but what you do when you meet people, what you do when you're presenting to new staff members or partners that you want to work with as well. It all comes down to the fact that we are moving to a place where our internet is becoming more like real life. Okay, next one. It doubled in the last year. It's going to grow 6-fold in the next couple of years. So here is the Cisco forecast for how much we're going to be transferring data compared to what's happening today. When I was at Singularity just about a month ago, at Singularity they were sharing, Peter Diamandis was sharing a pretty amazing statistic, which is that from the beginning of time through to around 1970, 1972, there was a total of 5 exabytes, which is basically 5,000 terabytes of data, 5,000 gigabytes of data, which had been created as content since the beginning of humanity through 1972. That same volume of content in terms of information, bits and bytes, was being uploaded to the internet every 3 days just a year ago. And that same amount of content, 3 days, 3 days the same as the entire history of humanity up to 1972. Within the next year, it's not going to be 3 days for that amount of content to be uploaded onto the internet. It's going to come down to 6 minutes. That's the speed that we are seeing the shift in information. Of course, a lot of that is moving video, so it's not all about text. But you can see that that's going to move pretty rapidly to 3-dimensional spaces where the internet is going to become effectively like a virtual world, like you see in the gaming industry already, and it's going to stop being 2-dimensional in the way that we view it. But at this point, just take one step at a time. How do you basically change the way that you're already using your messaging and turn it all into video? And if there's 2 simple things to do and then you do nothing else on this call, it's saying, what is my mobile strategy for this next year? And what is my video strategy for this next year? Because if I don't have those 2, then no matter how good I am, I'm going to be missing a large part of the market. You can see here, I've actually put already, and this is from the beginning of November, 65% of all of the downstreaming, all of the people watching anything or looking at anything online, 65% of the data is not just video, it's real-time entertainment, which means it's actually people watching live streaming as it's being streamed. So that includes the YouTube when you're actually watching something being streamed on YouTube. It's not downloading and watching later. It's actually watching it as it goes. That's over half of the entire internet that's already that way. Now, what does that mean for YouTube? You can see here, YouTube has grown incredibly. So even if you just use YouTube and have a channel on there for your business, of course, many of us have that and have had it for some time, but we haven't looked at that as being more important than what we do on Facebook, and more important than what we're doing with our blogs or with our website strategy. So there's some articles here which again share very clearly how much YouTube has had a resurgence and how it's growing much more rapidly and much more exponentially than the likes of Facebook and Twitter right now. And a lot of people aren't aware of that because they're thinking social media is the Facebooks and Twitters. YouTube is social media, and the way they're now linking that much more, because it's obviously owned by Google, the way they're linking that much more with Google Plus is also shifting quite rapidly as well. So some articles here, what I'm trying to really drive home is while you might have heard that video is increasing or changing, as you can see here, video fueled by mobile access, you bring the 2 together, is getting over 600 million views a day right now. It's tripled in the last year. That's exponential growth. That's not a doubling, that's a tripling. You can see up here, more videos uploaded in 1 month than the 3 major networks in the US have generated in 60 years. So I'll say that again, more videos uploaded in 1 month on YouTube than the 3 major networks in the US have generated in 60 years. and over 3 billion hours of video is watched per month. So this is the 72 hours video uploaded every single minute. This is not something which is slowing down or something which is a sideshow. This is something which is now center attraction that we need to be actually designing our businesses around. And I'll be sharing with you later with Entrepreneurs Institute how we're doing that and being as much as possible in the center of this. Okay, I'm about to get onto the kind of sites which allow you to make life very, very easy for yourself to do this. And even if you think, I don't want to do that, get someone in your team to do this, and you're going to find it very easy and very simple to make that happen. Okay, so just before I get onto that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click and link. I'm going to suggest this as well. If you're on Twitter or on Facebook and you don't have a question, and there are some questions coming up now, put down a comment or put down a thought or a piece of learning as well, so that, again, that gets out there and others are able to kind of interact and see what you're sharing. I'm going to now take these different articles that I mentioned, and I want to make sure they all get onto this link as well so that you can come back to them later. So here we go. I'm going to add a number more here. That's the article on the doubling of the mobile. This one here is about Google Fiber, if you're interested to find out how that can come your way. By the way, for the entrepreneurial on you who are looking at these trends, and rather than doing what I'm doing, which is saying, here's how you leverage this for your business, you're thinking, hang on a minute, you know, if they've already figured out a way that they've got a great site that actually allows people in the US to be able to you know, create apps, and that isn't yet in Australia or in India or in China, can I just go and take that concept and tailor it for my own business and start a new startup? And the answer is, of course you can. And as I'm going to give you examples later as well of that, that's how a lot of the people that I'm mentoring at the moment have gone about transforming their entire business. Is they got stuck in an old business model. They thought, geez, I should just go do that. And they just got that started while their other business was going, and things have just taken off in the last year in just unbelievable ways compared to how hard things were the old way. So I'm not just sharing his tools and his resources for you. I'm sharing his million-dollar business ideas that other people already are out there designing and making millions on, and where it's moving so quickly, they haven't had the chance yet to take what they're doing global, simply for time reasons. And for you to get going and get started on that, it's going to allow you to be able to compete within your own area and be an acquisition target in the future as well. This first one here is called Animoto. I'm giving you about 5 different ones here. And of course, there's others out there, and hopefully this will spur your curiosity as well for sharing with others. The first one here, Animoto, what this does is it allows you to take, you don't even have to do videos, it takes your photos. Of course, if you've got a Mac and you're used to using something like iMovie, that's fine, but you'll find something like this is much, much simpler to use. It's very easy, it's all online, so you can do it from anywhere, you don't have to have any extra software, and you can pull together different pieces, pull together music, create a video masterpiece that you can use as your promotional video. And of course, as always, because these guys already are linked with mobile, it's all optimized for mobile already as well. And as everyone is now doing in a way they weren't a year ago, it's no longer just doing it for the App Store and Apple, it's now doing it across for Android, it's now doing it across for the Windows platform as well. Here's the second one. This one here is excellent. This one here is called EasyBid. Actually, this is one of the best ways possible. Now I'm starting to record my screen whenever I'm doing any mentoring. This actually is able to record your screen, edit video within it as well. It's all done online, and it's designed for YouTube. So this is even as simple as you putting a PowerPoint presentation or a keynote presentation together, and then talking it through and talking through your keynote in 3 minutes and recording your screen, and that becomes a video. So it's not about having to have super production. You can already have something which is looking pretty good and is going to get people to really understand what your business is all about by basically using a tool like this. There's another one here, which is, whereas this one, EasyBid is a good one for, as you can see, Windows. This one's the best one that I found for Mac. It's called iShowU, and it allows you to basically do the same thing. It just captures and records whatever you're putting on your screen, and it also records all of the audio along with it as well. And then this is an even better one, but it's a bit more expensive, called ScreenFlow, which allows you to track everything. If you actually are watching a YouTube video alongside you actually having a presentation up, it captures all of it in the video, and so it makes your life very, very easy. And you know, your screen already looks great, so why not use that as the basis for what you're going to be producing, and just start getting into the habit every week of saying, whatever I'm doing in my business, how am I going about recording it? You know, if I've got an update for my staff or for my partners, how am I going about recording something which is now audio and video, so that I'm just getting used to the hang of actually using this more, because in the future is how everyone's going to be doing it. I look at my kids already, and they don't spend an awful lot of time anymore sitting down reading things, even though they might, at times, they're much more interested in watching things and finding simple tutorials on YouTube to help them out, or videos that can actually show them, as opposed to them trying to figure it out for themselves. And the final one here, Screenr, is a final one I'm giving you. These final couple here are all about recording your screen, because it's by far the easiest way to create videos if you don't want to go full production. And of course, if you want to go production, go that way as well. You'll find many people out there in your neighborhood who are coming down in price all the time that are going to be able to help you out in terms of creating your videos as well. So this next one here, the world is watching. What I'm sharing here is basically that audio and video now needs to go before text in all of your thinking. Your storyboarding your product becomes critical, because it's not about just talking about the benefits and the features. It's talking about what really is the need that you're fulfilling. How are you going about fulfilling that need? And how is it that people who are watching this can have enough confidence after 3 minutes of watching something to then go and take action? I'll share with you that every one of the products that we sell now, whether it is wanting people to come and view an event, whether it is a new assessment, every single one of them has a video that goes with it. And we won't start something unless we have a video like that at the time when we're launching something new. And most importantly, meaningful messages win. Obviously, if there's 72 hours going up every single minute, then you better have something which is at the pace where it has the chance at least to be able to go viral, or at least to be shared with others. And I'll be coming down to some strategies you can follow to make that happen as well. So this is me just giving two very straightforward ways, but ones that are transformational. And believe me, in a year's time, if you're not doing these things, I really do believe you'll be regretting it, thinking, geez, I should have just been listening to Roger back then, because everyone around me is now doing this stuff, and I've got some catch up to do to get back to that same place. Most importantly, I think, and we've seen this ourselves, the design of your business and your products changes the moment you actually start thinking, or not, how do I actually, present this on a website or in a brochure, but you're now actually saying, how do I present this in a way that someone can get that information very easily by simply watching something? What am I sharing which is engaging them, and that's involved them, and making them become part of our story as well. So I'm putting these links down so you've got these two. Okay, so on that note, on that second one, I'm going to just have a quick check through again on, we have more people joining us as well. So if anyone didn't hear me earlier, I said that if you're coming to this link here, you can come and actually follow all the links that I have down here. It's on my Fast Forward Your Business page. You can also ask any questions you want down here as well. I can see a lot of people are asking questions at the moment within the conference. So there's a bunch of them up here. Like I said, for anyone asking questions, like how do I find the links, you simply come to this page, which is on the Fast Forward Your Business page. As you can see on the link up the top there, go to that link, and when you click on this, you'll be able to like it, share it, and then basically put your comments down here as well. And guys, there's not a lot of you guys that have shared or liked this at the moment, or even made comments. So if you're there thinking I'll do it later, do it now. No time like the present. Opportunities are everywhere. All right. Next, let me just double check here on the Twitter here. I heart Animoto. That's what Natalie's saying. Yeah, it's awesome. So use it. And Natalie's already kindly given you the link to the Animoto Twitter page. YouTube more important than Twitter. Thank you for that, Sandy. Gail's also mentioned on more videos being posted. And I saw a question down here which I want to get to. Okay, one from Uggies. Roger, any idea in regards to patency issues when it comes to mobile sales worldwide? I don't understand what you mean by patency issues. Are you talking about patents in general? If you want to clarify what you mean by that, that would be good. But I wanted to mention one thing, which is generally around IP. I've seen a lot of people recently who've been talking about, I've got to protect my IP, or I've got to protect, my designs of the things that I'm developing. Things are moving too quickly, really, until you get to, my experiences, until you get to the $5 to $10 million mark with a particular piece of IP that you're saying, okay, this is making $1 million a month now. I should be making sure that I'm doing more than just claiming copyright on this and designing more into it. Then, of course, there's a reason that the billion-dollar businesses all spend huge amounts of money on their patents. But don't get caught on that as the break when you're just getting started. That's one of the most important things of all as well. Sandy asked, what was that one that kind of looked like it was written backwards, top left corner of the list on that last slide? Holy cow, that was 90 minutes ago. I was a whole different world back then. Top left corner of the list on that last slide, written backwards. Sorry, I may not be able to find that for you, Sandy, because I don't know which one that was. So you might want to mention that a bit more. Oh, it might have been Animoto, maybe. That looks like it is. So I think I've given you the link to that one right now as well. Okay, I'm going to come to the third wave now. The third wave here was one of my first waves earlier in the year. You're going to find all the waves that I had earlier in the year have actually mixed into others, but I've got this in order of the ones that are in the fastest exponential growth right now, and the ones coming up which will be as fast. So things like mobile, a couple of years ago, I was saying this is going to come. It's now just hit us so fast that for many of us, we're going to miss it altogether. And it's relevant for every company, especially like if you're a retail company, the way locational services and locational marketing is changing so rapidly, you've got to be following some leading learners who are keeping you up to date with some of the things that are going on in these areas as well. So what I'm going to be going through right now in this third wave is I'm going to be going through what happens when people get used to not hanging around for stuff, right? What happens when we start realizing that we can just get access to anything anywhere, as we're finding through mobile, as we're finding through video, and as we're finding that friction itself, which is this concept that, and I've explained this at the events, for those of you who come to the events, all businesses have two different kinds of costs within the business. There's one type of cost, which is a core cost, which is basically the cost to deliver whatever is the real value that a customer wants. So think about a book. You know, the customer doesn't necessarily want the book. Some people might because they want to have the pages and they want to have the paper. But most people want a book because they want to have the content. And the actual cost of creating the content is only a small amount of the cost. The other side of the cost, which is not the core cost, is a peripheral cost. And the peripheral cost is where people have spent money on things because of the model that really don't add any value to the person reading it. So, for example, the delivery guy that got the book to you, you know, it's like if there's a smarter way to deliver it, like via an ebook, then many more people would buy it because you cut out that peripheral cost. If it included, agents and publishers that were the middlemen between the authors and the distributors, if they're not adding enough value and they cost too much because they're peripheral costs that really the end user doesn't really care about, they'll get cut out altogether. And what we're seeing in all different industries is as friction comes down, then cost comes down, and the value goes up. We end up getting more value for less cost because we took out all the peripheral costs in the middle. And for most of us, we have inherited some kind of business model that someone somewhere told us was the way to do it, which is now outmoded. So we've got to be watching our own business model all the time and saying, so how is it that other people are delivering even more quality than me, cheaper than me, more easily than me, in a way that's more shareable than mine? So it isn't even about who's got the best stuff anymore. It's really about who out there is going and finding the path of least resistance to get to the value they want, and how can I learn from them and get in front of them as well. So this concept of friction goes also to money. That when you think about, basically having people as customers, most of us think, well, geez, it takes so much to get a customer, I better make sure they're paying at least $500 or $1,000 in order for them to even do business with me, because it doesn't make financial sense anymore. Today, it makes financial sense in having a customer at $1, which is why you're seeing so many micro products, micro payments, and also when you're seeing so many people now having a product range that goes from free material, which costs them nothing to develop, all the way through to very expensive products that they're actually now making sure it's where they put most of their time. And I can guarantee that for most people on this call, a simple conversation, I've had this with so many different entrepreneurs, where we just talk about how you've structured your products. And I can guarantee you, if you and I had a chance where we were to sit down and just talk through your product range right now, I'd be able to find ways very rapidly, just from the experience of seeing what other people have done well, where you could actually transform the number of customers you're attracting, the amount of business you're having, and more importantly, where you're putting your time, because far too many of us are putting too much time on low-paying customers or on products that are not generating enough money, when that should be multiplied and automated, and we should be putting our time in the high premium stuff. So how we reorganize our time is influenced directly by how we're utilizing technology and use the platforms out there to be able to manage ourselves. Mobile payments is going through a massive revolution. You can see here, it says mobile payment purchases break $20 billion in 2012, expected to increase to 1 trillion in 5 years' time. That's a multiple from 20 to 1 trillion, which is the same as going from 20 megabits a second, which is still 10 times faster than I've got right now, to basically 1 gigabyte a second, right? This is like a step function shift where you're actually going up by a multiple of 50 times for this industry, mobile payments. And it's happening right now, and it's hit tipping point this year. So a year ago, I was talking about this. I was saying, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to be giving you all the physical sites where you can actually go and set this up. You can see here, PayPal nearly tripled mobile payment volume on Cyber Monday. Look, this article here is November 29th. This one here is November 28th. I'm deliberately taking all these articles from things that happened in the last week or last month to share with you that all of this is not something which is outdated information. It's happening right now. PayPal nearly tripled mobile payment volume on Cyber Monday. And why did that happen? Because everyone started buying using PayPal as one of the swipe cards where you can just swipe straight off your mobile payment, your mobile phone right now. So everyone's just buying off their mobile now. They're wandering around, they're seeing something they like, they're then going onto mobile and they're buying straight from there. Intuit launches mobile payment pilot in the UK. So UK has now got Intuit that runs QuickBooks, and we have all of our accounts on QuickBooks Online. We now have the ability to be able to just swipe straight from an iPhone with a little reader that allows us to be basically, when we're at an event or when we're with a customer, take the money directly. This is what's happening at Entrepreneurs Institute, is every one of our practitioners effectively is going to have on their iPad or on their iPhone all the tools they need and all the videos they need to be able to coach anyone at any level of their business. And if someone wants to take more or do more or take an assessment and there's a cost to some things, because a lot of it's free, they can just do a quick swipe, get their contact details in, get their payment in. And so again, you don't have to worry about any of that. It happens at that moment when someone's interested and wants to get access at that time to take the next step forward. Here's an interesting one, November the 15th from Australia. PayPal adds face recognition to retail. So what you're seeing with a lot of the American companies is they take New Zealand and Australia and they think, oh, those countries are a long way away. Let's go test our stuff in those countries. So Facebook does a lot of new innovations via New Zealand. And you're seeing a lot of them now doing them via Australia because it's a larger market. So here's what's happening in PayPal Australia. They're basically testing out how when people show up and they want to buy stuff, they can immediately know who you are. And then basically it makes life super easy for you to be able to then pay for things. One big one in the US that's now growing international is Square. And you can see the growth of Square right now and taking swipes. Think about what would happen if every one of your customers had the ability to represent your products. So they became your storefront. And they go, yeah, I used to see such and such has got this great product. Oh, you want one of those? I can get you one right now. I'm part of their membership program, which means I get 20% off anyway. So why don't we just get one for you now, and then I'll get credits, and you're going to get the product by tomorrow. And then they effectively act as your retail store in a way that allows you to get out to many thousands of people instead of having to go out and do the marketing yourself. This all links to the back end as well, which is the way that we manage our own personal finances or business finances. Mint.com is a personal finance system that links into all your bank accounts. The same things are now happening with the likes of Money Dashboard in the UK or Xero in places like Australia, where effectively it's tracking all of your bank accounts, including your PayPal account. And so as people are actually swiping through, you can see it in real time. So I made a decision when I decided to move to Bali that I wanted to have more control in my businesses living on a beach than I had when I was sitting in an office. And the way you do that is to have real-time information on all your businesses. I got inspired by the story of Sam Walton sitting down, having a flight control on his entire business, and being able to see every single transaction happening across all of Walmart at any one moment as it happened. When you have that level of information, you know how to make the right decisions, and you know also how not to waste your time on the wrong decisions. And again, the systems are already out there for you to be able to achieve this for a fraction of what it would have cost before. QuickBooks Online, like I said, is what we use, and we're now upgrading, so we've got the card readers in all the countries where they currently have it. And again, if I was to talk about this 6 months ago, it wasn't even in Australia. If I was to talk about it in 6 months, it's going to be in most countries. So what I'm going to share right now, which is what countries are it in, like it's in the UK, it's in Australia, it's in a number of countries, frankly, it's going to be relevant within the next month or two anyway, because the rollouts are happening so rapidly. So always keep checking in on the things that I'll be sharing. I'll give you some links to things you can link in with what we're doing, or keep in contact with the things that we're going through so that you keep up to date with all of this as well. So given those different key points, what do we have as things you can go and have a look at? Everything I'm about to share right now, I would have had a difficult time sharing a year ago. Something like Square was just really getting started. Square, by the way, was set up by Jack Dorsey, the same person who set up Twitter. So he launched Twitter. He made a $1 billion business. Square is going to be much bigger than Twitter, the way it's growing right now. Square is one that you're going to see is going to be in more and more countries, 2.75% per swipe, lower than most merchant fees on credit cards already. Pay Anywhere is the second one that's growing really fast at the moment. 2.69% is all you pay. You can swipe it anywhere. You can even transfer money on a number of these. So even if you're on personal credit cards, you can give some to your kids if that's what you want to do, or you can put extra credit onto yours from someone else's credit card. PayPal, that's one I've mentioned. This one just launched in Australia 6 months ago, and now it's growing around the world. iZettle is the big one in Europe. It's the biggest in Europe right now, bigger than Square. And again, if you haven't heard about it, you haven't seen it, go get connected, get it going. Just the feeling you'll get when you start taking your first swipes off a credit card onto your phone will change the whole way you start thinking about your business and the way you're going about marketing your business. So in summary, this is not even just about friction to fiction, which is all friction disappearing, and you're getting to a point where the ability for people to buy is at that moment of decision, and you being out there at that moment changes everything. This isn't just even empowering you, this is about empowering your customers. So it really is about how you go about, shifting the way that your customers, who are already shifting the way they're thinking, shifting the way they work for you. It's a shift in the product spectrum, because it starts from things that are free and goes all the way up to things that can easily be $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, and you can actually create a much wider range with less people at every level, because you've got now the ability to be able to get the payments taken without having a lot of back-end fuss around it. And of course, micro payments means micro products. Think about how a product that before you had to sell for $500 or $1,000, you could actually break down into 10 different pieces, and each one of those pieces you could sell. I'll give you an example of that. My book, Your Life, Your Legacy, which we had to produce as a big book with all the printing and everything to basically make it worthwhile to get that printed. We're now dividing that up into chapters which you can buy separately as ebooks. So that's a perfect example of how people can then go straight to what they want and buy something which is at a much lower rate and lower price because we're modularizing everything. Because people can do micropayments, we're turning to micro products. Change your range. This allows you to go global immediately across the board. And in the same way that we went through this big shift, where I remember in the late 1990s when I wanted to trade stocks or shares in different countries, you had to go and get a broker in every different country unless you were in America, and you could get one of the first ones there in America was one of the big sites that you could go just do the American ones on. Today you can trade from the same platform. You can trade any market anywhere in the world. So in the same way, you're going to be able to take payments from any country in the world. You really can if you have the right platform. You're going to be able to swipe any credit card in the world. You really can from any platform. You're going to be able to put it into any currency. Again, many platforms really allow you to do that. So effectively, you have a global audience straight away. You're going to be able to do that straight from your site as well if you're not doing that already. So this one here is about how when we start realizing that the flow of money is getting easier and easier, we should not be the ones that are getting in our own way. We're the ones that should be embracing this and ensuring that we are doing something to make life much easier for the ways that we're actually taking payment in this coming year as well. So I'm just going to, on that note, give you a number of these different links, and then I'm going to, from these links that I'm putting up here, take a number of questions. So here we go. And I apologize if I happen to have missed any ones here, but here we go. I'm going to take this one here, which is the, by the way, if you see any of these links that you find kind of interesting and you want to pass them on, feel free to do that. And each one of them themselves, for many people, like in the same way you may have heard of some of these things that are news to you, for many people out there, this is news to them as well. I keep up with all of these in particular waves because it's something that interests me, and I've found smart ways to do that. And I'm going to share with you in a moment the way that I've designed things to actually make this happen for me as well. So I'm just going to put these links up here as I go. While I'm doing this, I'm also looking at some of the questions that we have that come in. We've got one from Lubna Gem Ariel on video strategy. Would you move away from written materials altogether, given that audio and video are time-based? So that's a really good question. It's really interesting if you actually look at a lot of business sites like CNBC or CNN or MSNBC. You'll see that they actually still have text on the TV as well, but they make it dynamic text. People's attention spans are getting less, and so I'm not saying go away from text altogether. But you need to combine them together, and you do need to make the point of your text much shorter and sharper. you'll notice a lot of the blogs or the things that I write, I make it very much bite-sized now. So don't just, I'm not saying ignore your web page altogether, but I'm saying that there are other things you need to supplement with it in audio and video now, which is going to make a much bigger difference to your business as well. So I just wanted to share that with you. I'm going to take a couple more questions here. Okay, another question. How do I access all the information that Roger is sharing through Facebook with us? Okay, so again, just to repeat for anyone who missed it earlier at the beginning of the call, if you go to this page here, the one at the top which says Fast Forward Your Business, facebook.com/fastforwardyourbusiness, you'll see that there is this image where I'm posting everything onto this image right now. Okay, so basically it means when you click on this image, if you were to share it or like it, you'll be able to come back and get a directory of everyone on it. This allows you to be able to come back at any point in the future to any of these links. And my experience when I'm sharing this level of content is people will kind of, yeah, I guess I should do that at some point. They go away, they have a conversation with someone a couple of weeks later, and they go, that was exactly what Roger was talking about. And he actually mentioned the site that I want to get to you. What was that site again? You're going to be able to come back here, and these links are all going to be here for you. You'll be able to then pass them on to friends of yours or even use them yourself when you need them as well. So that's why I say do use this resource. We know that a lot of these things, again, will be very different in 6 months' time, which is why we encourage everyone to keep connecting up with Fast Forward and what we're doing here. But I just giving you all of those links that I've just gone through there as well. All right, so that is all of that right now. I know I'm going through a lot of information, but I want to share that, and I want to share with you how I follow my information right now as well. The way I do it is on my Twitter page. I'm going to my Twitter page right now. On my Twitter page here, when I go to my profile, you can, if you ever go to my profile, you'll see that what I've done is I've set up a list. I think there's probably going to be a bit of a delay when you see my screen, but here, you've all got them. Down here, you've got the ability to create a list. I use Twitter not so much to broadcast as to collect information. And the way I do that is on my list, I'll have different things, like I've got Entrepreneurs Institute, where if I click on that, you'll see that I just launched a newspaper that follows a whole bunch of people. You can see a list of all the members that I follow. You can go and follow these same people if you like as well. You see I've got people like Eric Ries, who's got a great book, which is called The Lean Startup. I've got Kevin Haas, who's the CEO of Eventbrite, Marissa Mayer, who's the head of Yahoo, a whole bunch of different people, Elon Musk from Tesla, Bill Gross, who set up Idea Lab, Sean Parker, who you would have heard from Facebook. These are all, Peter Thiel, these are all people that are ongoing posting things. Now, I would have to click on someone like Peter Thiel to basically see his comments and what he's writing about. But by actually following on this list, I get everything into this one space. And rather than coming here to look at all of this, I go to a site which is called paper.ly, and I set up a paper. So if I just type in this link, you can do this quite as easy as well. You create a list on your Twitter, you say, here's what I want to follow, and then you come here where you can start an online newspaper, which automatically designs it to make it look great for you. I'm going to just put this on here, so I wasn't going to add this link, but I am now. So here we go. And if we come to the Twitter page, you'll see that on my list, I have got one for this Entrepreneurs Institute. I have another one here for Fast Forward. I've got 200 people I'm following there. They're all futurists. They're all people that are following the future. And so by having these two here, along with other ones that I've got as well, what I've done is I've created my own page. So I can actually go straight to my link. In fact, if I just Google in here, just fast forward daily, like that. Then I just Google it in, then it shows up on Google, and there it is at the top, and it kind of organizes it for you. And I can say, see, Fast Forward Daily by Roger James Hamilton. So here it is. I can click on it, and while I get this as an email every day, so this becomes my news every day on Fast Forward event of things going on. Anyone can subscribe to this, so you can see on here already. There's 815 people that have shared this already. We've got subscribers to this. And all of the articles here, a lot of things I'm sharing with you here, they all showed up on my newspaper first. So someone somewhere who I respect and who's got great information, they already share this. And so I'm always, every day, keeping up with things effortlessly without having to go out looking for things. And this just gives me everything about the future. I can get my ads done, which is great. And then I have done the same for this new one, which we just got going, which is Entrepreneurs Institute, which is specifically
not just here's future things happening that you can follow, but here is advice from entrepreneurs. Here's a guy who's basically Lewis Houses, and how do you get a business started up. We've got things here about Google basically buying BufferBox and why that's important. We've got different people here who've been posting different videos, which are all to do with helping your business. So again, you can follow along on this as well. So there's the 2 links that I'll just add here that you can come back to if you want to subscribe to either of those. And it gives you free, no cost to it, it gives you free daily news, and you'll be seeing exactly what I see every day when I'm following all the latest things that I want to know about for my business as I'm going forward as well. Okay, I've got a couple more questions on here. I'm on Facebook page, but don't see the live links. If you don't see the live links on all of these, all you need to do is when you're here, you just click on the actual, when you actually click on the picture, it takes you to this, where you can see 29 people have shared it now. You've got 64 others that have liked it. So I can already see all the people that have liked it as a directory of people on this call. There's 64 out of several hundred, and I can see everyone here. I can see Ewan's on the call. I can see John's on the call. I can see Angie's on the call, and each person here I can know more about as to who they are and what they're doing, right? So when you click on the picture, you see all of this. You also see all the comments right now that I've been putting down. And if you want to see any of the earlier comments, obviously click previous comments, and you see them all there as well. And so that's how you connect to all this information on here. All right, so I'm going to keep on repeating this once in a while, just so that everyone who's missing it gets it. We've got another question here. I'm pulling some questions straight from GoToWebinar at the moment. This is from Mike Green. Roger, my business is centered on products and the support of those products. How do I transform to a fluid and global model? So I'm going to give you a couple of examples to Mike in a moment of some of the people I'm mentoring and what happened when we started working together to actually shift their businesses around, how they did that, right? So I'll give you a couple of examples in a second. I'll just go through 1 or 2 more questions. I've got one from Michael. Roger, can you tell a little bit more about micro products? Oh, good. Okay. So I'll share with you on that when I get to the Entrepreneurs Institute side, how we're doing that, and I'll share with you on one of the ways coming up where I talk much more in detail about that as well. So that'll be coming up as well. Naveen's asked, are you going to share the slide deck? Yes, we will. We will be getting the slide deck as well afterwards. We didn't want to kind of like throw it all at you to begin with. There's a lot of information, but you're all going to get a link to all of this privately afterwards for just being on this call. Okay, so I'm going to come back now to a couple of examples that I mentioned. And I've actually got a number of them that I pulled up here as well. So these are real-life examples of people that I work with. They're all entrepreneurs that are just doing awesome stuff right now. I'm going to give you just a couple of examples of them. What I'm going to do, and they have no idea I'm going to do this, but I think I'm also going to link to them. So if you want to connect with them because you think they've got great ideas, you can go ahead and do that too. First of all, this one here is Lachlan and Lisa. Lachlan and Lisa started with something called Sustainable Man, where they were selling in Australia a year ago when I met them. They were selling at that point solar panels to homes, or solar heaters to homes. And that whole market's massively changed because of subsidies and so on in Australia. So they're like, well, geez, is this the business we should be in? And we went right back to, well, before we get into what you're going to do and the fact you can have a global business, what is the thing you would love to be doing your whole life? And what they got to was, well, it's definitely still in green. It's something to do with family because they were growing their own family at that point. And we came up with this idea of disposable nappies. That was their idea. I worked with them on the brand. We came up with the brand Eco Originals, which they've now got. And basically, they have gone to China. They've got the whole product. They've got the first shipment coming in. And what's amazing is just by the way they designed this, and it's a pretty simple site, but the way they designed this, they've got over 3,000 people already that through the site and through a couple of conventions they went to, 3,000 people already said, we want these nappies. So they've already got them out there. They've now packaged these so they're not just about saying, oh, and the way we did that is we went out and we learned from others that were doing great things. There's a great site. I'm just going to find the Honest site for babies. Welcome to Honest Company. This is Jessica Albert's business that she started up, and it's worth millions already, even though she only really started it in the last 2 years. And basically, the way she packages up memberships for mums to get specials off all the products and so on, is she's just done a great job at how she's done this. So we learn a lot from what she did, what other people were doing as well. They got themselves going, and they've now got the launch where effectively they're an online business where they're able to compete with all of the Huggies of the world at the same price. They're one of the first that I've seen that have got the same price point as the Huggies, but is totally disposable nappies that you're getting, which is eco-friendly and also comfortable and great for the baby and everything like that as well. So this is the perfect example of someone who said, we're not even a technology company, but we're going to take our love of what we want to do to make a difference, and we're turning it into something which is using technology and the idea that friction is fiction for people out there to be able to market to others. And of course, they'll be empowering their mums to be able to recommend to other moms, hey, this is, you want the nappies, here's how you can do it. Look, I'm a member of the site, which means I can get you introduced at a very different rate, and that already makes them your best advocates as you're going forward as well. So I'm just going to put this down here as one good link. And like I said, what I'll also do is, for anyone here who's interested in, posted that there, I think. Oh, some more comments here. Is that mine? Whoa, okay. Wow, guys, my apologies. There's been a whole bunch of comments I didn't see earlier here. Okay, so there's a lot of other questions here I'm going to come back to as well, which is great. Okay, good. So I'm going to put down. Okay, so there's the information of baby. There's the link to it, and for anyone here who is interested in maybe connecting with Lachlan, here's Lachlan. Here is his Facebook. If you're loving this, but this is if you're actually interested in basically getting some of his new nappies together with Lisa. I'll give you a couple more quick examples of this. A second example I'll give you is an example from, what do we go here? Here we go. Here's an example from Steve Walton. I'll give you Steve as well. Steve I've worked with for a number of years now, and Steve's a great guy. He basically has been big in the squash industry in Australia. And why can't I find Steve? Where is he gone? Where is Steve? Okay, I'm not finding him on Facebook right now. He's around here somewhere. But with Steve, he basically already runs squash.com, which is a site in Australia, as you can see here. And we're in conversation right now where, because of the way that people are actually shifting and changing how they're doing it, he's designing an entirely new site which is called Fit for You, which is going to be launched in the new year, which allows you to design your own squash racket. It allows you to design your own sports equipment. It tailors it specifically to you, so you're no longer having to go down the old route of having to go down via a manufacturer or anything like that. And it's the way everything's going, that everything's becoming more tailored. And the fact that people can actually, from a mobile side, immediately say, I'm going to buy myself a new squash racket, put all the materials in there. We did the research together. I mean, he's had no experience of doing something like this before. We didn't need it. Because what we did was we went out and said, well, who in the world is an expert at this already? We tracked down the experts that were already doing it in America, UK. Steve connected up with them, and now basically is doing a partnership with them where he's got the marketing skills, they've got the technology, and as a result, they're now creating something which allows you even to change the design of the racket, the overlay. You can put your name on it. You can put your company's name on it. You can actually make sure it's the right weighting, the right size for you, the right way you play. So absolutely fantastic for people who are looking for the right thing the right way. And again, same thing as with the nappies. It's no more expensive by the way they're designing it, but it's transformational in the way they're running their business. And these are two people, in both Lachlan, Lisa, and in Steve, where what they had in common was that they had a successful business that was in an industry which was going downhill. If both, whether it's a retail industry, whether it's an industry which was relying on government subsidies that were there for a short time, suddenly things change, and rather than saying, geez, I've got to work harder when the tide is going out, you don't. You just need to say, well, let me get on the next wave. And so by stepping on the next wave, you can suddenly get an awful lot smarter about where you're going and how you're going to do it. Okay, a couple more examples, a couple of quick examples, right? Because I want to get on to the next waves as well. And we're going to have our change makers join us soon as well. So a couple more examples. Here is a great example of someone who, when I met up with Vaughan, he at that point was working on point-of-sale systems with with Australia Post, and he was already looking for a new business he was going to start. He came along to the Fast Forward event, and this was only 6 months ago, and he's like, well, I made my decision on what I want to be involved in. Yes, I've been doing point of sale, which is basically, those, like how you take payment in a retail store, but I love the idea of doing mobile payments. That's what I want to do. And so what he did was he started by saying, I've got to build my brand. Just like when I decided I wanted to be a futurist, I built my brand around that, and it doesn't take long for you to become a leading learner in that area. You don't have to go off and be a teaching teacher. And so what happened was he did that. He set up a blog. He basically started posting all the things that he was finding interesting. As these were basically getting posted and sent out there, he was finding people that he was sending this to get back in contact with him. And he's now working with one of the leading mobile payment companies that is just doing incredible things in Australia right now. And he's in there as part of the senior management developing it. And none of that would have happened if he hadn't actually said, I'm going to make a stand for what I'd love to be involved in without worrying about, well, how am I going to make money out of it to start with. It's about saying, if I'm in the right place, the people who are making the money or looking to make money are looking for good people. And so if they know I'm in this space, then it's just going to be a matter of time before I get connected. And I'll keep on going out there, growing what I'm doing. But your branding and what you're involved in has everything to do with how you're branding yourself for the future, as opposed to how you're branding yourself in the far past. So I ask you, look at your Twitter page, look at your Facebook, look at your web page, and ask yourself, when I put all this up there, did I put all this up there to be capturing the best opportunity for what's happening in the world right now today and where we're going? Or did I put it up there and it's now outdated, talking about who I was in the past, which is why I'm not getting the opportunities I should? So Vaughn's an awesome guy, and now if you're looking for someone who's an expert in the field, he has become that expert. And so I'm going to be giving you a link to him as well. And there is Vaughn. And a final one, which was a conversation that just happened last week in one of my mentoring calls, because I'm spending a lot more of my time mentoring now. And this is one with Matt Ryman. Matt has this company here, where he started basically in physiotherapy and moved on to sports massage, and he's now got a brilliant clinic where he has many of the Australian sports teams and athletes that work with him, and he basically provides these within his clinic. And we were just having this conversation about some of the things I'll talk about in the waves later in this call, where you are now able to track through all these sensors and things, your entire body and its movement. And he's very interested in how to develop the technology side and the way that medicine's going and diagnostics is happening via your iPhone. And so we've actually talked about now the bridge, where he's now able to actually take those best technologies, bring it into his current business, and from there, I can tell you the next year, we're going to see Matt's entire business transform into something which will be global, and where he's going to be pioneering his own medical apps and fitness apps that people around the world are going to be using as well. So the speed with which you can move into something new is really quite phenomenal. By just making the decision from a call like this, you're going to get out there and you're going to make that difference. So I'm just giving you a couple of those examples for that. By the way, if you're wondering, okay, well, how do these people get involved in Roger's mentoring? How they get involved in that? I know I'm talking about Entrepreneurs Institute later in this call, but at this moment, I'm going to open up just a little invitation to everyone who's on the call at this point. And the invitation that I'm going to share with you is this link here. Tomorrow, I'm running a number of mentoring sessions. So everything I've been talking about today, I've only gone through 3 waves so far. You either figure it out for yourself and you work out a way, and many of you can do that, or you say, look, if I could just get like an hour just in conversation with Roger where he can ask me questions about what he thinks is important, I can tell him what my challenges are or what things I'm excited about, then I'm going to get direct, absolute, specific, step-by-step advice from exactly where I need to go. And so I'm going to give you this link here, so anyone who is thinking, I'm going to invest now in my time with Roger, just click on this link, right? So there's the link. I just put it there into that same Facebook page. And I'm also going to, on Twitter, just in case I'm using on Twitter as well. I've neglected Twitter for a while. I'm going to come back to it as well. But I'm going to post a little note here for anyone watching Twitter. I just put a note saying you cannot hear me. Just let me double check. Okay, guys, can you hear me now? I'm asking Shah or Penny or Suraj. Am I better?
Roger, your voice is getting muffled.
Roger, your voice is getting muffled.
Is this sound okay? Am I okay?
Now it's better. Yeah, but when you're referring to things, it just gets muffled and dies down. Yeah.
Ah, all right. Okay, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. If you can jump in again if it goes muffled again.
Cool.
I'm about to post. Here's the link to the mentoring. I'm putting this on. I've only got like 12 spots on this, by the way. So if you want to do it, jump on there and grab one of the spots, and I'll explain how that works in a moment. I'm going to take one of these links, put it on there, and boom, tweet is tweeted. So let me explain just how this is going to work briefly. I basically do my mentoring with groups of 4 people at a time. I do it as a 1 hour, which allows you to get a really great background picture and action plan of where you're going. my experience every time when people actually decide they want to do that with me is the learning you get and the direction you get, regardless of whether you've got a great business at the moment, you're trying to find smart things to do with, or you're even just figuring, well, maybe it's got to do something new. I got to just find smart ways to make ends meet. Whatever it is, when you've got that direct advice to say, okay, from all my experience and from me understanding where you're at right now, do these 3 things well, and I'll always find a way based on your profile and who you are and your spectrum level to make it something which really counts and is the right thing for you. So as you see here, there are 3 different times tomorrow. There is the one which is 9 o'clock Singapore time, which works pretty well for people in Melbourne, for example, where it's 12 noon, and even people in LA where it's the evening the night before. It doesn't work so well for people in London. Then there's one later in the day at 3 o'clock, which is much better for London in the morning. There's one at 8 o'clock, which again becomes London at noon, and then LA very early morning. So different timings. Like I said, there's 4 spots for each, so I'm sure there's some people that might have booked for them already. $300 is the rate, so I normally charge about $1,500. But basically, I want to make this something that anyone who is interested and wants to find out more about what I'm doing behind the scenes and under the bonnet get a chance to do that. And I would love to connect with you. Make that a challenge for me. That this whole idea of the 10 times result. It's like, okay, well maybe I'll figure it out. But if Roger was to answer that same question for me, how could I get 10 times result? I'm up for that challenge. I'll be able to share with you exactly how you can do it in a way that works for you. And as I say here, this part here, which I write about, I say when we're stuck in life, it's like being behind a big lorry in a motorway traffic jam. We can't see whether we should move into the fast lane or take the next exit. Some mentors will advise to stay on the motorway. Others will say the exit or even get out of your car and walk. In my mentoring sessions, we do it differently. We get in a helicopter and fly above the jam. That way you can see exactly which way is fastest to move forward on the motorway. Because if you're looking down, you can see it if you're not in the motorway anymore. But of course, it's now irrelevant because you're no longer on the motorway. You're in a helicopter. So this is about, as you heard that Einstein quote, that problems can never be solved at the same level in which they're created. This is about when you actually go, oh my goodness, I cannot believe I've been struggling for an entire year on something which isn't even a problem. And when you shift out of that, it just becomes such a release of where you're at and where you need to go. And I've seen this happen with people who are saying, I'm not even going to make my bills at the end of this month. I've seen it happen with people saying, no matter how many times I try in my business to get out of the day-to-day, I cannot ever do it. And suddenly they see the big shift that happens and what they need to do to make it happen. It's all the stuff that we get stuck with ourselves. Because if you think about it, if tomorrow Richard Branson woke up in your place and had everything you got today, but it was him waking up with his mindset, you would be in a totally different place even by the end of the week. Because he'd just take different actions, he'd think differently, he'd see opportunities where you don't see them. That's what happens when you have a leading learner who's on your side, ensuring that you're really getting the most of everything as well. So most of what I'm sharing with you right now, I didn't learn just in theory. I learned it because I was learning these things and then applying them into different businesses that I mentor. And I do highly recommend that if you haven't had a chance to have a session with me, that we do that, not just for yourself, but that for me, that gives me a chance to really support and work with you as well. So very simple, just come to whichever one works for you, click on quantity. If it sells out, it will tell you it's sold out so that you don't waste your time booking into a slot you can't get into. But if you go ahead and do that now, then I look forward to connecting up with you tomorrow. Okay, questions. I'm going to come back to a number of the questions that we had here. And I'm going to get on to the next wave. So the question that, where am I here? We are coming back to these ones. Here we go. All right, so I know on here there were a number of questions on Facebook, so I'm going to come back to some of these. Anyone else want to form an informal group and commit to making that? Oh, that's kind of nice. Okay, look, well, you can do it on this Facebook group if you want, or we can do it separately. Okay, good to see Angie on. That's very cool. Linda from Minnesota, awesome. Natalie, good to have you on here as well. John Morley is on. He's already made his commitment, which is great. We've got Nicole. We've got Mo. Mo, hey Roger, can you post the links in a PDF later? Yeah, I'll be doing. I'll be actually posting up the link to the entire slides and SlideShare for you to be able to use as well. Thank you, Nicole, for the comments. We've got Casman in Hong Kong, which is great. Zero in New Zealand. Yes, Zero is in New Zealand. It's awesome. And then we've got a number of other comments here as well. Nicole, would you be able to provide a loose interpretation of how to structure a daily operation for our businesses? Oh, wow, that's a really interesting question. I have a very, very clear, not just daily, but weekly and annual way that I design my businesses to ensure that I don't miss out on anything. And I have a structure every day that I follow, which starts every morning with me going through 8 questions, which start with what am I grateful for and end with why am I here, and basically center me for the day. And then I've designed every day based on the 5 elements. So I don't take phone calls all the way through the week. I'll take them on a Thursday when I have my fire day, my blaze energy, which is all about people. Or I won't be creating every single day. I'll do that on a Monday, which is my wood energy. So I've designed my days to look forward to each day, almost like kind of like planning out a holiday and having amazing things to go look at each day. And I've designed my spaces, so I actually go to physical different spaces no matter where I am. So when I'm on fire energy, I'm usually walking around. I've got the phone calls I'm making. I'm kind of buzzy. When I'm in my steel energy, which is my metal day, I'm very much designed it in such a way that I'm sitting down in a totally different space, which is designed for metal energy, which is getting into the detail, looking at the spreadsheets, sitting down with my accountant. And so knowing that there's a way to design that is critical. And I share that more with spectrum details as well. So I'll give you some pointers as to where you can go to have a look at that a little later. I know some of the other questions are also in the slide deck. So I'm going to just come back, make sure I've covered any other questions people have right now as well. Wow, we've got quite a number more here. Okay, how do I find with the day is my firewood water day? Okay, I'll come back to that later in the call for sure. Mike's asking what's the first break? Okay. If you zip away and then come back, that's okay. I'm still going to be here. But the first break is coming up, just to let you know. We're going to be having a break just before the Changemaker Forum. Okay, I'm going to come back to some of those other questions as well. That some of the others that you have. Okay, let's. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm going to come to the next of our ways. Let's roll on to that right now. And what I have here is our wave 4, which is called All Together Now. This one here is, I think, a fabulous one because it is something that we would have heard of before, but it's now truly come of its own. So this one was one that I didn't even include before, but it's become so practical now. And it's talking about crowdsourcing is how we actually have got like all of the resources at our fingertips now as an entrepreneur. This article just came out, 30th of November, just came out this week. Next big trend in collaborative consumption. And it's talking about how we're going to be connecting with each other more through different things where we're connecting online, like, for example, Airbnb. Give you an example of Airbnb. Just this article came out. Airbnb targets 2 million properties in Asia. This is where you can actually put your property up there and have it for rent. We did this with our bamboo house in Bali. We actually put the bamboo house up on Airbnb, and we had over $5,000 in rentals within the first 2 days of putting it up there. It's a $250 night, so it was over 20 nights that got booked that quickly. And it works great in terms of actually saying, if you took everyone who has something to give, like, for example, a property that they're willing to rent out, and you get everyone out there who wants to take something, which is like come in and be a tenant, bring them all together. That's the wisdom of the crowds. They'll work it out for themselves, and things will find their own price. And fundamentally, you've got a platform that will work for you. Well, that concept there is now moving to the point where people are, collaborating with each other online on a number of different ways. We just did our logo for Entrepreneurs Institute, which, if you've seen that logo, this is what it looks like. It's kind of designed, as you can see on this Facebook page. It's designed with the Wealth Dynamics images on it, but it's designed as an institute, as a university. So you might look simple, but we actually did that as a competition on our logo tournament, where we just went there and we said, right, $350 to whoever can come up with the best logo. We had everyone competing for it. I took an example of someone. Why is this important, even if you don't want to go out there and get any services? It's because it is the best way to get information on what best practice is. You'll notice here that for us to put up a logo competition, it's asking us questions we never would have thought of, like, well, what's the style of your logo? Here I'm looking at a company called iConnect, they've got a tournament going right now. And as you can see here, they've got iConnect up there. There's a company that does luxury apps for the corporate world. And they've had to answer these questions, which is, well, what's your style? It's like, it's a luxury, it's playful, it's not modern, it's more modern, it's more refined. By them going through this, they're designing their brand and the feel of their brand in a way that most of us don't do, but because these different crowdsourcing sites ask you for these criteria, they're very smart in being able to actually get you to also understand what criteria you should be asking yourself as well. Even if you're not going to use it for a logo, even just understand what you should be asking in a logo. And then, of course, you then can see how they're going about checking out the logos they like best. They can go and change the voting all the way through in terms of the rankings. So you're getting real-time news and information. I'll give you another example. One site we use a lot is Elance. And on Elance, every time we're looking to, when we're trying to create a project plan for anything, we'll come to Elance, we'll check it out. So for example, I mentioned earlier about doing videos. Let's say you say, well, I want to get an animation video. How do I do that? You can come straight here, and what I do is I always search not under people, because that doesn't help you a lot. I search under jobs, which is where people have actually posted a job. I'll go under and I'll basically search under jobs. I'll sort it by which ones had the most proposals. And up comes all the ones like this one here, got 59 proposals. They're saying, I want to pay less than $500. I want a US voiceover to explain the video. And then you've got this one here. Okay, I've got like a bigger budget, 1,000 to 5,000. I want web video animation. I want someone to do this for me. And here is someone from Ukraine who wants this. He's had 51 proposals. So I can click to see, well, okay, what did these guys say which got them so many proposals? They've got a certain way they explained it. When I look at the proposal, I say, so how did they propose and how much are they charging? So I get to know the whole market for pretty much anything that I want to get done in my business by using any of these sites. And it allows me to never have to say, well, I would have got that done, but I didn't know how. Because I can always go and see how other people are doing it. And it's all very, very transparent as you go forward as well. So people aren't using this at the same level that could be. As you notice with my Twitter, I'm not using it just to blindly promote things.
Okay, I believe we've lost Roger. We'll get him on it again. He's dialing back again, I believe.
Aha, am I back on? Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're on now.
On.
Yep, you're on now.
Yes, you're on now. Okay. Yep, you're on now. Okay, that was your little break, by the way. I'm only kidding. Okay, sorry for that, guys. This is Bali Internet once in a while, but so far so good. So so don't worry, you didn't miss anything. I was just sharing about the way that you can go about connecting up with all the crowdsourcing data and tracking that through this site called crowdfunding, which does it in all different areas, and called crowdsourcing. And crowdfunding is the one I wanted to focus on most because this is what's really taken off. You can see it right here in this article. Why crowdfunding will explode in 2013. Estimates for annual crowdfunding transactions go as high as 500 billion annually compared to 1.5 billion. I will repeat those two numbers again. 2011, 1.5 billion. 2012, 3 billion. Estimate 500 billion. This is people funding other people's businesses or people funding your business. The Jobs Act has just been passed this year. It comes into force at the end of this year. It means that like all the rules have changed of people being able to get funding from multiple people even when you're a small business, which means it kind of like is a whole different way for people to get liquid in their business and to grow it. And there's already crowdfunding sites that don't even sell equity. There's likes of Kickstarter, which many of you have heard about, where you can put any project up here. I do the same thing with Kickstarter, even though I haven't physically put up a project yet on Kickstarter, although we're about to. I will go to Kickstarter to see, well, how have people put new products up when it's come to publishing, for example? Which ones have been most attractive? Which ones have received the most funding? You can learn so much by getting direct market feedback on what people are investing in and what they're interested in by just seeing which ones are getting the results, which ones aren't. And so if you're not doing this, you're missing a huge opportunity to already get all the clues in the marketplace about what's being successful and what's not. Indiegogo is another site which is more international. So Kickstarter is mainly just America right now. Indiegogo's other parts of the world as well. Rocket Hub is a third one. These are like the big three. And if you haven't been to, I'm going to give them the links to them in a moment. And then we've got some UK ones. Crowdcube is in the UK. We've got banktothefuture.com. This is Simon's company. He was one of our change makers. He was with us a year ago talking about the vision he had to launch this. Within 1 year, he's got Sir Richard Branson recommending it. He's got it launched. It's taking off right now. We have here one of our other change makers who at the moment is running a business team. This is Warren Cass, who's put up already his one, and he's already basically getting up towards his £5,000 target for his project as well. So everyone within these sectors are people we're speaking to and are doing amazing things. The final one's an Australia one, which is Possible, possible.com, and this is the biggest one in Australia right now. But also you can use it for kind of Asian projects. So in summary, what I'm saying about all this concepts about a focus at the crowdfunding side rather than the crowdsourcing side, but this is about getting instant market feedback. Sell it before you make it because they're all getting forward orders. Test and measure because if something's not working, you can shift it and change it. And this whole concept that the world is now your mirror, that getting all the best references from around the world allow you to know when you're starting something how to make the most of it without kind of just guessing in the dark, because you've really got the right picture moving forward as well. Right, so I'm going to give you a number of these links now. So we've got these for you too. And let me just refresh this page so I haven't missed anyone's comments on this as well. Okay, right, lots and lots of info. 150 comments so far. I know many of them are mine. But okay, here we go. Let me pull, I'll come back to some of these questions a little later. Let me give you some of these altogether now links. I talked about the next big trend in cloud consumption. If this is new to you, go read it because there is no reason to do anything on your own anymore. There are experts around the world. There's funders around the world who are waiting to help you. And if you've got a place to rent out, if you've got a holiday you want to go on, you're going to find already the very, very best around the world that you can link to. I mentioned logotournament.com, so I'm putting that up here. Elance is another one that I'm putting up here. And crowdsourcing.org is that site that has lots of great news on it to keep up to date with the latest that's going on. And I have this note here, why crowdfunding is exploding. That's the one that goes up to, where it's going up to 500 million. So you can see where every one of these waves so far, we're talking about a multiple growth that just by being in the industry, you're already multiplying in size the business you're in. And what you're going to find in the future is that for some of you, it's like, well, how am I going to have a business that can go up multiple 3 or 4 times every year? The answer is you don't need to. You can invest in one that does that and then buy their products and recommend their stuff. And if you do that, you're going to be making an awful lot more money in some cases than trying to create your own thing from scratch. And stay tuned in what I'm sharing. Look at that. It was like using this feature in a way that it was not meant to be used. Please slow down, or you could be blocked from using it. I'm sorry, Mrs. Zuckerberg. I will slow down a little bit. Okay, right, I'll break a little bit until I come back on that one. Isn't that funny? Okay, this is the way that Facebook should be used. Okay, so so this brings me to the final one that I'm going to go through before I invite our changemakers on board. And frankly, before I share a little bit on Entrepreneurs Institute as well, because I'd love some of you to get involved in that as well. So it just is very apt that my Wave 5 is all linked to this. We are going through a massive sea change in education right now. Wave 5 is educating everyone. This is one of the Millennium Goals. It's one of the things that we all know can make all the difference to some of the third world countries and frankly some of the first world countries when you up the education level for the next generation and frankly for ourselves. We all know that lifelong learning is something we all want, but how do we actually make that work and make sure we're learning from the very best in the world? So here's some pretty interesting things that are happening right now. Here's an article that just came out from MIT, the most important education technology in 200 years. The schoolless revolution. Free online courses being considered for college credit. You might have heard of some of these big sites like Coursera that's already been linking, you know, the big institutions like Harvard, and there's others like Stanford, which is on edX, where they're already sharing these courses. This is actually saying these courses now are being considered for college credit by the American Council on Education. This is leading to the inevitable place, which is that you're going to be able to eventually get Ivy League education without even having to go to America because you're going to be able to get it, and here's the crunch, you're going to be able to get it for free, right? There's also things that are chargeable I'm going to show you. This one here, Udemy, is an awesome one. I'm in conversation with Erin Barley, who started Udemy, because we're putting Entrepreneurs Institute onto Udemy. So Entrepreneurs Institute, which is basically a platform for entrepreneurs, is using the Udemy engine to do it. And the Udemy engine is just a fantastic engine. To give you an example of what it feels and looks like, let me just open up a page for you. I'll go straight to Udemy here. Oops, isn't right. Udemy, not Udemy. There we go. There it is. And on here, you will see there's different courses, and let's click on this one. This is Eric Ries. Eric Ries, I mentioned earlier his book, The Leading Startup. If you haven't read it, you definitely should. It's a great book. And here he's actually put up a course on Udemy, and you can see there's been 172 reviews. There's 16,921 people taking this course. That's not a small number of people. And it actually goes through, and there's videos, and there's links, and there's a way for you to actually go through and assess yourself as you go. So it's a brilliant structure that they've got. And while he's on the general Udemy platform, what we're doing is one which is designed specifically around the wealth profiles and the wealth spectrum. So depending on your profile and your spectrum, there'll be certain courses that makes most sense for you to step up to as the next level of where you're going to go as well. And of course, there's parts of this which are chargeable. And as you saw from that article that I have on my presentation, the article here says that a quarter of teachers earn 10,000 or more. The site has attracted over 400,000 registered students, which is a 500% increase from last year. That's how fast the online learning sector is growing at the moment. And that's why we're jumping onto it with Entrepreneurs Institute as well, which is designed as Udemy is getting designed. We've worked with them on basically a mobile platform. So you can actually be on your iPad or mobile phone and getting educated on it. Here's a number of the different courses. You've got Coursera, you've got edX, you've got Khan Academy, you've got TED. Now, for Khan Academy, if you haven't heard of these first two are the ones, as you can see, edX is Harvard and Berkeley, MIT, Coursera is Stanford, and others. Khan Academy is Salman Khan, who created this for students. You can see here there's over 213 million lessons delivered. And then here we have TED, which isn't so much a learning platform, but it is a learning platform, but it's not designed for the others where you actually take courses. But I can see it going that way, and they've already got TED Ed, which is for the education side, where that's already starting to get integrated in as well. But these are all places where the learning that we can do is pretty incredible. And we've already done that. We did this with TED. We said we like that format. We took that format and we used it on our WDO, which you go to our Wealth Dynamics Central site. You'll see there's one link here saying WDO, which is video. And this one actually organizes intelligently the videos based on which ones are watched the most. So it's always moving. And as people watching some more, they get more popular, they're also moving up to the top as well. So we created that, Siraj created that, put that in. And then we have the actual courses that are now being available where you can learn anything, anywhere. So rather than like the earlier parts where I'm saying go out and learn for yourself, this is where it actually takes you through certain learning. Lynda's the leading one for skills like photography or 3D animation and so on, whereas Udemy is the leading one for soft skills and for becoming better as an entrepreneur, for example. And here's a link to the Eric Ries one that I mentioned. There's others like that out there as well. And that really brings us to Entrepreneurs Institute, which is now launching. And I'm going to be sharing with you exactly how that's launching and what we're doing around that right now as well. I'll be talking about that more after Changemakers join us in 10 minutes as well. In summary, educating everyone, we're now getting to globally distributed learning where everyone can learn everything. This is an opportunity and a threat for you because it means you can be smarter and sharper, but it means everyone else is as well. Everyone ends up becoming upskilled for life, which means your customers will always be getting smarter as well, which means that ongoing learning is not a luxury anymore, it is a necessity. The best part is the students in control. This isn't like at class level where you're kind of waiting for the best. This is where the students in control, your teachers by your side, your teachers in your pocket, the era of personalized learning. This is where coming into this whole picture of Green School that many of you know I'm involved in, where we have got personalized learning plans for every single child, where the experience they go through is their experience at their level, and where every single one of them is able to then excel because you cannot fail when you're going at your level. You're always taking one step forward. And it should be the same as entrepreneurs, that we're never failing from the point of view that we then quit. We're always failing in a way that we're learning something that motivates us to move ourselves forward. And that's the intention behind Entrepreneurs Institute as well. Here's my daughter Kathleen with her business, BooBam, which is their bamboo cards. And I've actually given some links to the bamboo cards and so on, which I'll give you in a moment. that kind of link to all of this. So in summary, with the wealth dynamics and the profiling, I'll come back to some of these slides later, the key behind this is we said, how can we make sure personalized learning becomes something that everyone can link into? And that's where Entrepreneurs Institute comes in. So to give you a taster of Entrepreneurs Institute, which I'll go into more detail after the Changemaker Forum and after the little break we're going to have in a moment, let me just give you a little taster first of all. Here is an image of where Entrepreneurs Institute is going. We have our Facebook page, which is already up. We're going to be on iPad, on iPhone, which is all getting launched. It means that you can go to any step where if you're just starting off and saying, how do I start a business? You can be able to watch the first steps that happen and the key thing you need to do to get to the next level up. If you're in a business and you're thinking, well, it's all going great, but seriously, I am like totally overstressed and I don't have enough cash flow to build a management team in, what do I do? There are very, very specific steps that you can take to ensure you get past that step because many others have done it already. So this Entrepreneurs Institute is all about answering one question, which is it possible, in the same way that if we were to learn to fly or learn to ski, that whatever stage we're at, there is a very obvious, clear next step. Is it possible to know there is a step? And the answer is yes, it is. And Entrepreneurs Institute answers that by making sure that always, based on where you're at, you're able to see what's the next step you need to take at every level of your business, up to multiple businesses, multimillionaire status. So I'm going to basically show you a couple of links now. So if you want to get involved with what we're doing on that, I'm going to share with you how you can do that. And then I'm going to be putting up all the links for all the education side in a moment as we go into this break. First of all, there's this link to Entrepreneurs Institute. Come to this, like it. We've had a whole bunch of people like it this morning already, as I can see, so thank you for that. I'm going to now put a post on here for Entrepreneurs Institute as well, so there it is. Looks like you're using FeatureWay. Oh no, really? You're not going to let me post anymore? That's really sad. Confirmation code before we can proceed. How do I confirm that? Okay, guys, this is a bit sad. It's not letting me post anymore. I am going to, here's some new links until I sort out Facebook's issue. Okay, all right, there we go. Always a way around it. Well, let me post that. And the answer is yes. All right, I'll comment to this one now. There we go. All right, so there is the link. Oh no, I can't even do that. Oh, I'm going to be blocked. And Mary mentioned this to me once. I'm going to mention this to Mary when she gets on the line, because this is what she said to me once as well. So I may have to ask Penny to post some of these up. I know Penny's got these links as well. Penny, if you hear what I'm looking to post and you can help me post them, that would be really helpful, because obviously they don't like me anymore for all the posting. I remember Mary mentioning this actually. I think she got to a limit to how many times she could post it on her one. So I'm going to ask Penny to take over on the links. I've got all those links, Penny, under the educating everyone. If you can put those links in, that would be awesome. And what I'm going to be doing now is also giving you a link to the Entrepreneur Institute page to share with you what we are doing on that page right now. And then I'm going to give you a couple of minutes break because we're going to be starting as we get our changemakers on board in a second as well. So let me share with you what we're doing here on the Entrepreneurs Institute. The first thing is we have got, let me refresh this because we're down to 0. Dun, dun, dun. And has the site changed? And it has! Here is our Entrepreneurs Institute. It is live. Okay, so as you can see on this page here, here we explain that we are designing this. It doesn't say on this that the platform is Udemy, but you know now, so I explained it to you. We're using the best platform in the world, and we're effectively creating a base off that. We're creating our own tailor-made things from it as well. We're building it off what I call the Lighthouse Library, which is the basis between Wealth Dynamics and Wealth Spectrum. On every one of the steps that we are covering within it, let me share with you what it looks like. This is a page from our Entrepreneurs Institute. You have a video. It basically takes you through each of the steps. You can click through every one of those steps to get to each one. You can take a tour of the whole library. At every one of the levels, you're also able to go deeper and actually do the audio course, take the assessment. So if you're like, well, you know, how do I master my money? How do I identify my identity? You know, every one of the steps. How do I establish my enterprise with my business? Get the right team in place. There'll be steps that allow you to go through each of these, and then you'll be able to take it and say, well, I'm 30% done, I'm 40% done, and then you'll be able to actually support and grow that. What we're doing in this first phase for the next 6 months is rather than say to everyone, just jump into it, we're getting a core group of people, 50 people in fact, that we're going to have as our first practitioners that are going to have this and be armed with this, and we're not going to wait 6 months for them to be already using it. In fact, what we're doing with our practitioners is we already have a sample here of what their site looks like. Every practitioner gets themselves a site. Every site, like here's a site, and this one's got Suraj's details on it as a sample. So here you can see this is Suraj's site. It's not the main Entrepreneurs Institute site. It has Suraj at the top here. It says him, and it says here's my business. Here's what I do. Basically, I'm using the all these tools which come from Wealth Dynamics, Wealth Spectrum. You can see his Entrepreneurs Institute, Wealth Dynamics practitioner. So he gets his own site. He can edit all the things he wants to edit on here, and then we have some things that we edit to make sure we have all the latest things on here as well. Under the About, he can be writing all about himself. As I'm clicking on here right now, he can be going through his details, his Facebook links, all the things that he wants to be doing is all on here. He can put buttons in here and everything like that as well. So this is all about himself. The blog, he's able to keep his own blogs on here as well. So this becomes effectively a site that you can link into your own site, embed it, or have as your main site now. You can take blogs from my blogs or from Entrepreneurs Institute blogs or other practitioners. You can create your own blogs as well. You don't have to just direct people off to the site the whole time. You've got your own that people come to, and this will all be optimized for mobile. So you effectively have got yourself your own mobile university that you're carrying around in your pocket. It has every level that it explains. This one already, Suraj is one, because we're going to roll out the assessments one by one. Already, people can come to his page and take the spectrum test, take the Wealth Dynamics profile test, and then start to get into the different assessments, right? So I'm giving this as a sense of what happens for those people who join us today who are going to become part of this. And the final part I want to mention at this point, because like I said, I'll go into more detail about how this is going to work, but I want to make sure that everyone here at least gets a taster. And those of you who want to jump the gun can jump the gun right now as well. When you click on the Get Started, as I'm sure some of you have already, you click on the Get Started, and up comes this, which explains, and you can read this in a moment, that the 50 people that we're going to bring on board right now, they come on board and get certified as Wealth Dynamics practitioners using this tool and being able to then use your, I mean, you can have your own materials that you want to add on top of this, absolutely fine. You can charge for your own workshops. We don't ask for anything from any of that. But what we're looking for is for you to be able to deliver new students and new activity into the overall community that is going to be Wealth Dynamics, Wealth Spectrum, Fast Forward Your Business, which are all under the overriding brand of Entrepreneurs Institute. So for me, this is the big brand that for me I'm going to be running all of my tools and material through. You're going to see here that the people that join up, the cost to actually come on board is only $3,800 to be a practitioner. But what you're getting when you join is you're actually getting all of the content that we deliver. You're actually getting over 6,400, which is almost double the value in products, whether it's test tokens, products that are things you can sell on to others. So whether you want to give it away free, whether you want to sell it at half price, whether you want to sell it at full rate, you're going to have the opportunity with the people you've got to make back your money just from these products anyway. But this also includes 4 days at Wealth Dynamics Academy, where I'm going to be training all of these 50 practitioners on exactly how to go about using all these tools in the most effective way. And of course, you're going to meet the other practitioners as well. That's going to happen in about May next year. And if you can't get to the May one, there'll be another one next year as well. So this is really me having a test market and a group that are dedicated to wanting to do something with this. You don't have to be a coach and trainer. You might just have a company where you want to have all of your staff or even some of your customers go through this. And you might think, you know, $3,800 is worth it just for that. And this is a residential program where all costs are covered here as well. Just got to hop on a flight and get out here. And then the final things is you get ongoing discount on everything. So effectively, you're a wholesaler or reseller of all the products, but it's coming through your site. And you'll be the first to be trying out everything that we're doing as well. And most importantly, giving me feedback. So we're going to be sharing and testing and measuring this. And I'm going to be going through everything I've been talking about earlier, where we're not just going to launch something blindly, but we're going to have a core group that's going to be launching on this as well. We're going to be holding our first call very shortly after this call is over. You'll see at the bottom, there's already 33 places booked. That's because we have gone to a number of events and we've already mentioned it to some people in certain countries, and that was the take-up we had. So we've got 17 left, and my expectation is on this call, I would guess we'll probably have 17 people, or I hope we have 17 people that would find this attractive enough to come and join me and support what is going to be, I believe, a true revolution in entrepreneur education. Yes, it will continue. Others will do it as well, but I believe that we're kind of stealing the march a little bit on this one by getting this focus, and more importantly, just by having Wealth Dynamics and Wealth Spectrum, having a structure behind this as well. So I'm just showing that. That's a sneak peek. You guys who are interested, you can go ahead and just click on the register and come on board, and I would love to send you the welcome note after this call if you happen to be one of those people. We're going to take a 5-minute break now, and in the 5-minute break, I'm just going to get myself organized on this side. Suraj is just getting all of the change makers organized as well. It's 8 o'clock. We're going to start at 5 minutes past 8. We're hoping to have all of our change makers on at that point. So in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to go on radio silence. But during this time, do not go away. Get ready for what's about to come. Get yourself a coffee or whatever you'd like. And then we will come back. One other thing I just want to mention just before we go to break as well is remember this link here that I gave, which is for the mentoring. From the sounds of it, we have quite a number of people that have now booked up for those mentoring sessions, which are the ones I'm going to run tomorrow. If you are thinking about doing that and you'd like to be part of that, then do come and basically click and join that as well. And of course, there's nothing stopping you if you'd like to be part of Entrepreneurs Institute, but you also want to have some of my time to do a bit of both. All right, we're going to break now, 5 minutes. We'll be coming back just after 5 minutes past 8. And thank you, everyone. I've seen most people have stayed on this whole time. Their numbers have gone up. Thanks, everyone, for listening in for the first couple of hours here. All right, any comments, any notes, drop them on Twitter, Facebook. I'll be reading them over the next 5 minutes. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Roger.
Hello.
Roger, Larry Benay. I just want to let you know I'm on the line.
Awesome, Larry.
I haven't been able to get onto the webinar part, but I was able to get onto the phone part.
Unmuted. Suraj, you there at the moment?
Yes.
Hello, Suraj.
Yes.
Awesome. So, Suraj, could I ask you to just, Larry's on, which is great, and if you could just coordinate and organize with the other change makers as they come on board.
Yeah, we've got all of them here.
Oh, everyone's on already.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much for being on promptly then, if everyone's on. Mary, are you there?
Yeah, I'll unmute. Yeah, she's on.
Oh, everyone's on mute at the moment, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So wait, sorry, hang on 1 second. We're just giving everyone just a couple of minutes break before we get started, all right?
Yes.
So I just wanted to say to Cohen, to Simon, to Larry, and to Mary, thank you so much for joining us. We're just getting ourselves organized. Hopefully you can see the screen if you're on the screen at the moment as well. I'm going to be back in about 2 minutes, and then we're going to be getting started with everyone as well. All right?
Works.
Okay, thanks, guys. Back in a second. Okay, guys, I have made it back. I hope I haven't missed anything. Suraj, are we here? Are we live?
I'm here, Larry.
Awesome. Okay, Suraj, are you unmuting everyone at the moment?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm just going to check in. I'm just going to check in with everyone here at the moment. So Larry, I know you're on. That's awesome. Simon, are you there?
I'm here. Hello.
Hey, hello from. Are you actually in England at the moment?
I am indeed.
So this is a late night for you. Yeah, thank you so much for being up so late.
No problem.
Great, fantastic. And Kerwin, are you there?
Roger, I'm here, mate. How are you?
Very good, very good. Great to hear the Australian accent. Good to have you on.
Thanks for having me, mate. It's great to be here.
Okay, great. Okay, awesome. And Mary, you there?
Hello, Roger. I sure am. Greetings.
Hi, Mary. You are the one woman we have on this call. So apologies to the woman that I have made it so imbalanced. But I know you'll more than make up for it just because you're Mary.
Well, thank you. It's all good. It's all good.
Very good. And Mary, I'm going to start. I'm going to give everyone just a little update for anyone who just, for any of you who joined, and then anyone else who just joined on the call as well, who may have missed the first half of the call. And I had a question for you, Mary, straight off the bat, because what we have done is we kicked off the call, and I've been running it from from the GoToWebinar with my screen sharing. But what I've also been doing to kind of have the involvement of everybody is I have on our fast forward page, which is on the screen at the moment, basically posted a photo, and then on the photo we started putting up links and so on. And as you can see on this photo, we've had over 160 comments so far, 170 comments now so far, and 33 shares. People are sharing on their page so they can keep track of it, and liking it so they can see who else is on the call. And it was all going merrily, and by the way, just so everyone's aware as well, for anyone joining and also for the changemakers, we also have got a Fast Forward Your Business handle here where we basically we've got a hashtag that people are following along, and there are some questions along on this as well. So we're going to come back to a number of these in a moment. But what we got to was a point on my comments where where Facebook just decided that I was posting too much and said you cannot do it anymore. In fact, on the bottom one here that I have on the fast forward one, which is here, it actually, somewhere along the line it just says no more posts not allowed. Mary, you had this. I remember I saw a post somewhere where this happened to you. How did you get around it, or did you get around it to be able to still use this kind of a system?
Basically, oops, now I hear an echo. Is that normal? Can everybody else hear the echo?
Yeah, I hear the same echo.
Maybe
it's because we have so many lines open.
It may be so many lines open, so let me just double check if it's me, right? I'm about to...
Hey, Raj, were we supposed to call in on the line or go through the GoToWebinar?
Either is okay. Either is okay, because I know some of you are on a line, so it's easier as well. But hang on a second. I am just putting myself up here, and let me just see what happens when I mute. Mary, you start sharing after I'm muted, and see if it's any better.
Okay. I'm talking now. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Hopefully everybody else can. Good. Okay, well, hopefully the audience can hear too. I just caught the tail end of what you were doing there, Roger, and I know that's just really frustrating when you go to put a post up and Facebook's like, oh, no, you don't. We're not going to post that. But it's a little face bug. We just call it a face bug. And, mainly Facebook's got all these algorithms in there. They're looking out for spam. They're looking for, a frequency of posts. And so this is actually kind of a good thing that you've gotten yourself, so much activity on this one image. And typically all I do is just hit refresh, or sometimes what I'll do is you see on the image there, just underneath or just above, it has a timestamp. Sometimes I click on the individual timestamp. If you just scroll up a little bit and it says like 2 hours ago, click on that. Actually you need to click off the photo. You'll do it from the wall. Click off the photo and then click the timestamp just to scroll up a bit. There, yeah. So sometimes like posting this way, it's just kind of a way to refresh it and just get around some of the little bugs that are saying, hey, you're posting too often. And sometimes it's just a link, Oh no, look at this. Look at this. It looks like you've been using this feature in a way it wasn't meant to be used. Please slow down or you could be blocked from using it. Interesting. Yeah, no, Facebook's put a little. They've put a little stop on you temporarily. Oh, and then it says a confirmation is required before you can proceed. So I wonder if they've emailed or texted you something, Roger. And I'm thinking it's probably only from your account, because I was able to post on your page no problem. And it looks like probably still people are making comments. But yeah, Facebook's renowned for having lots of bugs there. See, I just posted a wee test. But yeah, there's not. Oh, I see that. Yeah, unable to post comment. It's just you, unfortunately, Roger. But you could, you know what you could do? See where your cursor is up at the top, right next to home. There's a little down arrow right next to home on the far right side, and switch to using it. Switch to using Facebook as, let's see, what page are you on? Fast forward your business, and then just post as the page. There you go. Now you're acting as the page. It'll refresh for a second, and then scroll down and just see if you can make a post as the page. Because what that stop, the stop is saying, you know, as a personal profile. That's the most bizarre thing. You see that? Because what's happening is Facebook doesn't always differentiate between you as a person and you as a fan page. It's thinking that you, Roger, is a spammer who keeps coming to spam fast forward your business. So we'll just fox the system and we'll switch over to the fan page, and voila. Thank you very much for that compliment. Stop spammers. So there you go. That's one way to get around it.
Okay. That's awesome, Mary. Okay. All right. There's a value of having an expert on the line. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to do this because clearly as my speaker, which I'm still using the way I'm using it, because in fact, let's try this, see if it gets any better. I'm not recording this on my line other than Rolls Royce. I just plugged in an earphone here. Mary, can you just speak again for a moment?
Absolutely. This is Mari Smith coming to you live from sunny San Diego.
Oh, you're a radio presenter. That's cool. Was there any echo, or were we better?
No, that sounded good to my end.
Oh, sounds great. Fantastic. Okay. So, so guys, first of all, I want to say thank you so much for joining. For everyone who is on the call, you have an opportunity if you want to drop a question to anyone who is here. You can do that on the Facebook page, or if you want to do it on Twitter, you can do it as well, and we'll pick them up as we go. The whole point of this conversation is that while we have experts that every one of which have had just do attract large numbers of people all around the world to what they have to have in terms of their advice, what we're really looking for today is their experience as opposed to advice of just how their own business has changed and what they've seen changing within their industry. We've been talking this morning about a number of different different ways, and just as a super quick summary, we're talking about the first wave, which is just a huge shift that's currently happening, 5 billion pockets, the mobile wave. I've gone through a number of things around just how fast it's actually been growing now in terms of people shifting towards mobile, and how the way we need to be doing that and the steps to do that have become easier and easier in terms of the different app makers and experts out there to help us on that. How that links into the video and how video is changing, Google Fiber launching, 800 smart TVs coming, and where our video and how we're designing things to move as opposed to just text is transforming the way that many people are now doing business and buying from, and how we use YouTube and how we use these different platforms out there. And we're doing the same in terms of mobile payments and how that's shifting and changing as well. And then after I went through those three as kind of a base, I went through the change. We've all heard of crowdsourcing, but how crowdfunding is really shifting and changing everything. And I've been sharing how I've been using different sites, whether it's like Logotomen or Elance, to even research how you can best go about producing a project, how you spec something out, how you attract something that people want to be part of, and similarly with the likes of Kickstarter and others, how we can also be very smart about how we're seeing what are the most popular things people are looking for. What's the zeitgeist right now today, based on what people are voting for with their money to shift themselves forward. And where we get to on this conversation is obviously the whole educating everyone. We've got people from all around the world on this call, and that there's been a massive shift that's currently taking place with MOOCs, which are massive online courses that people are coming on board and becoming part of. I was explaining how we're starting Entrepreneurs Institute on Udemy as a platform, but where we are designing it around Wealth Dynamics, and that's all launching today as well. So those are the things I've been sharing about. What I'd love, I'm actually going to start with Simon, and I've got a number of images for everyone to see here. We have Mary here. I've got some detail on Mary, and I'll be coming back to her in a moment. We've got Larry that I mentioned earlier on the call. We've got Curran, and we've got Simon. We were going to have Alex on, but unfortunately, things at the last minute meant that he couldn't be on today, so we apologize for that. But I'm starting with Simon here, and I've got up here the App Man, saving companies from mediocrity, where, Simon, you've been in the app industry for now quite some time, well, since it really began. But what would you say has been, for you, the shift in your business that you've seen over, let's say, the next 12 months, based on what's been happening out there in the market?
Cool. Well, in terms of what we kind of see happening in the near future is definitely a move towards this kind of co-creation. And you touched on that a little bit earlier in your sort of All Together Now section.
Mm-hmm.
And you're probably better placed to talk about this than anyone, obviously with your wealth dynamics, where people are coming together, forming very dynamic teams to produce projects. And this is not just an app thing, this is a sort of global business phenomenon, really. As you know, as we're moving away from the sort of job culture, moving towards a project culture, that of course raises questions about how do we build these teams rapidly together that are going to have the right sort of dynamic, dynamism, I'm going to say it, to produce fantastic products and solutions. And there's a lot of exciting stuff being done in that area to produce objects and services and products, which could be apps, could be other services, websites, etc. So we're doing a lot at the moment to build sort of infrastructure and events around that theme at the moment.
So what would be one of the most exciting things that you have seen as you've been getting more, as you've been getting involved in that side and giving people the tools to be able to do this?
Well, there's people may be familiar with events called hackathons. Some may not. So these are, just for those that perhaps haven't come across the term before, they are events where people come together, usually over the course of a weekend, and find other people that are interested in coming up with products and solutions, and they basically brainstorm together, and over the course of a weekend, typically, they rapidly produce a prototype, and potentially then go forward after that event and actually hopefully go into production. And so it's all about very much about ideation, rapid prototyping. But one kind of limitation there is that the people that attend those events have to have the skills to actually execute. So hackathons are really designed for software developers. But what we're starting to see, in fact, we like to think we're kind of at the front of this, is actually moving it away from people that have the skills to just people that have ideas and capacity for opportunity, and getting those people together and pairing those up with people that can actually produce it to produce fantastic solutions. So, we're working on a project right now, which is called Appy Days, which is to do just that.
Wow. Do you have something up? Is there anything I can show everyone watching that you're doing that would be worth them having?
Sure. By all means, if you, Roger, if you're able to go to appmansecrets.com, in fact, maybe I should type this into the message. appmansecrets.com.
Yeah.
Just one S in the middle there. Then
sorry, I actually put this. I should be smart here. I actually put the link on my fast forward, so I will just click it.
And then click on or / whichever's easiest. Appy-days. That's APPY.
Got it.
That's it.
Okay, got it.
Cool, just popping up now.
Mobile app. Oh, that's fantastic. So you're running these mainly in the UK right now, obviously, right?
So we're actually putting the first event. We don't know of anyone else doing this, so we're pretty damn excited about this. So the thing is that big software and innovative companies have actually been doing this for a long, long time. And one advantage that big businesses have is they've got a team already, so they can put that team together with the right skills, put those together, give them a project, and then push those ideas through and see what they end up with. It's kind of experimental products. But as we now see so many entrepreneurs, sort of one-man solopreneurs, one-man businesses, that's one thing they don't perhaps have the opportunity of. So these events are designed for that, so we're going to get people come along, and they're going to have lots of different kind of co-creation, brainstorming games during that weekend. Yeah. Then we can have a judging panel of people who are going to evaluate and ultimately select a winning idea. And the kind of cherry on the cake is the winning idea will actually get their app designed for free.
That's fantastic.
Everybody in the room shares in it because it's a real co-creation kind of program. So we're pretty excited about that.
That's awesome. I'm going to come straight over to Mary on this because, Mary, I'd love to know, is this already something that's quite developed in the US that you've seen people do, and in what ways are you getting involved in things, given that what you've been doing this year, which is pretty amazing on the webinar side, how much of what you're doing do you expect to be happening via webinars and so on, as opposed to, kind of the traditional ways of doing events, which is, or what way Simon's doing, which is a kind of non-traditional way of doing events?
Yeah. I've always said that there's no amount of sophisticated technology that can take the place of in-person connecting. And, we're able to look into somebody's eyes and feel their energy and read their body language. And, however, the next best thing is video, and ideally live video, and on webcam. And I really think that's why, Google Plus Hangouts have been ridiculously popular. I would love to see Facebook create something equally as effective, or at least a third-party developer. There are Facebook webinar apps. But just the whole concept of being able to connect with anybody around the world via a live webinar is exceptional, and especially when, there's a possibility of a webcam involved as well. And so this year, for me in 2012, I really upped my game, if you will, in the webinar arena, whereas before I would host them from home using my, iMac and the built-in webcam, and just, you would see my home office as a backdrop. I didn't have professional lighting. But all my webinars this year, I've gone into a studio, and I've rented a studio space. We've had professional cameras, professional lighting, editors. The last one I did in October, we even had a professional host, and we had a live studio audience, and we had thousands of people from around the world get to tune in. So I love being able to do that, and I think what's really we're going to start seeing as a more of a trend in 2013 is mobile episodes, called webisodes, and also mobisodes. Excuse me, my goodness, are particularly popular, I heard, in India, and where mobile subscribers can go ahead and just watch in 3-minute little increments, just little webinars or movies or videos on their mobile devices. Now, as a marketer, as an online marketer, I think more and more companies are going to start paying attention to this modular, granular delivery format of doing webisodes and mobisodes. So we have this wonderful ability to have this on-demand chunks of content. Nobody really has time to sit down and watch a 1 or a 2 hour webinar replay necessarily, but we chunk it down and we give it to them in little bite-sized pieces in times to come. I know this is obviously a wonderful marathon event you're doing today, Roger, which is fantastic, delivering such amazing content and value. But yeah, I think that we're going to see that becoming more of a trend, and then just really seeing Facebook improving their mobile experience. They have done a fair amount of improvement over the last year, but we're going to see a lot more of that to come for sure.
Yeah, it's very interesting what you're saying, because we found that with with our fast forward events, and even with this, I've deliberately designed this session today so we can break down into smaller pieces. Like for example, in our events, what we did was we said, okay, if I can have bite-sized pieces, then basically when we put them online onto YouTube, each one of the different waves we have here, and we put them down as separate waves, and each one of them then people can watch and go on to the next wave, and they kind of click through to each other. So we definitely found that something like that makes a big difference. And what you're saying about the idea of mobisodes, and actually one thing we were talking earlier, which is that your channel becomes as important, if not more important, than your site in terms of how people are actually going through a sequence of things. So your experience, how many people did you have come on board your webinars when you were doing them at the beginning of this year? Because I know you really started going for it. And what would you say is the biggest 1 or 2 learnings that you've actually used to adjust the way you're now going forward? Because I think you've got one. You've got one coming up at the moment, right?
Yeah. We just actually January. I'll do a significant one in January. A crunch time that you're showing in your slides there. That was the one in October. We have the replay for that. That was 3 hours. The biggest one that we had this year was in January. I like to do a real landmark signature one in January, and we had 15,000 people registered for that. We usually get somewhere between 40 and 50% turnout live to tune into the live stream, and then the rest watch the replay. But I think, in terms of a marketing standpoint, just really having all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, having a team, as you do that real well, Roger, just making sure that you have a good script, obviously that you're keeping people engaged. One of the things that I like to really emphasize when doing any kind of a live event is the combination of education and entertainment. So it becomes edutainment. And if you can make people laugh and get them involved and just make it fun and engaging and entertaining. I'm fortunate to have a bit of a crazy accent, being a fellow Scot, but also I got Canadian mixed in there, and then I got 14 years in California mixed in there. So, and I don't always take myself super seriously. I like to be a bit of a goofball at times and just really engage. I like to be in the trenches, engaging with my peeps, as I call them, and people really resonate with that. It's very much bringing the social element, obviously, to social media. And then as far as monetization, my goodness, there's just so much money to be made when you put together a very compelling offer and you put a limiter on it. A lot of the same elements that would be used from selling from the stage, where there's an invitation to work further with me, and then just making a tremendous offer. In fact, most of the offers this year have been just under $200, like $197 for a 8-part video training course. And one of the secrets to the success of that and reducing any kind of attrition is to have a Facebook group. We have active private Facebook groups that go along with every single course that I teach. And it's one of the most popular elements. People love to bond. They're just looking for opportunities to bond and have community, to belong, to have somewhere they can, reach out and ask questions and feel supported. So, yeah.
I'm just unmuting myself because I was testing on that. On that, I mean, Mary, you're the master at this, master mistress. The way that you evolved it and developed it, and even just having that annual focus is saying, right, January is when we're going to be doing the next big one, and then you've got a whole schedule, and that scheduling is so important in terms of how you get out to people, because some people overdo it, some people underdo it. Is there a particular schedule you found works really well when you've got certain things that you've designed everything around promotions? I talk a lot around promotions where if you're still selling the same thing you're selling a week ago, a month ago, or a year ago, you're not paying attention to people that actually are always looking for new things from you, and you're not also refreshing where you're at. But what would you say? Is it like a 3-month cycle or a 6-month cycle? What works best for you?
Yeah, once a quarter, I'll do a product launch with a big webinar, and typically the launch will be for some online training. Occasionally, I'll do a webinar specifically for a live event in San Diego. What we're doing right now is there's a 12-month coaching program. It's called the Business and Beyond Club, and that comes with a live event in April in San Diego. And so that's, the option for people to come in and attend that for free. So it's a combination of both. But this is all well mapped out. And if I had you guys on camera, I would actually pan around behind me in my home office here, where I have literally a wall-to-wall, floor-to-ceiling, year-at-a-glance calendar, and we have it all marked and flagged, and we put stickies in, and we plan out my travel, my speaking engagements, the promotions, the product launches, and how all this ties into social media, which I think a lot of people kind of fall short, is that, social media is a combination of content and engagement. It must be a good combination of both of those. But it also has to be strategic and ultimately impact the bottom line. So you've got to be able to schedule in advance not only the content, but have it interspersed with promotional tweets, promotional Facebook posts, contests, lead generation campaigns, and just be able to obviously monetize all of the social media activity. And that absolutely comes with planning and just mapping it all out ahead of time using the editorial calendar. Yeah.
I think that point you just made, so many people are, no matter how much we have got, people that we listen to and the advice they give, it's what happens under the bonnet of a business for successful businesses. Like you said, you've got this massive wall behind you that actually schedules everything through. And I know so much of the success of what we do and the people that are on my mentoring programs, that's the first thing we talk about, which is, all luck comes from being in the right place, right time. So you better design where your places are and where your space, your time is, and how you're dividing both of them up in a way that you're always going to always be the right place, right time, and designing things so it actually fits a rhythm. And we follow very similar in terms of quarterly rhythms because it makes a huge difference. I'm I'm going to shift to the other side of the world where we've got a whole different season going on in Australia, which is why the last time I was there for Christmas, the Santa Claus came in on a water scooter with little red speeders on, which was a frightening sight. So I'm coming over to Kerwin, and Kerwin, I'm going to ask you just your experience of the business market you've been in Australia, and specifically what you've seen change in your business model and what people are looking for over the last couple of years. I'm just trying to unmute Kerwin. Here we go. Hey, Kerwin.
Sorry, mate. I was a little bit muted there. Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
Yeah, it was, in fact, not even just the last couple of years, but in the last year, I mean, I've seen a lot of changes happening there in Australia in terms of the market for people who are looking to educate themselves in business. What have you seen shift, and how's your business shifted in terms of either the products you deliver or the way you're delivering them to the people that you're impacting?
Well, I think there's been an explosion of choice, which is, sometimes that's a really good thing. There's obviously a lot more experts in a whole range of industries than there's ever been before, probably in the history of the world. There's a real experts, I suppose you could say, epidemic at the moment. So there's a lot more people out there. There's a lot more information out there, which is actually a good thing. It's doing a lot of good for the education industry, regardless of, what area of education. But I think what's becoming really important now, and something I'm seeing that is, it's been important for a while, but it's becoming a lot more important now than it's ever been before, is personal branding. And I don't necessarily mean personal branding from the perspective of making sure that you're on your logo and, you've got your personality aligned with your, with your website and everything else. I really think it comes down to social transparency and, the brand in terms of how you're represented, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Google, and, ultimately these are the sources, the decision-making sources that more and more people are turning to when it comes to making their purchasing decisions.
I'm just unmuting myself again. That point you just made, that's one of the things that sometimes I share is when you look at something like Virgin as a brand on Twitter, it's only got about, I think, 50 or 60,000 followers, but when you look at Richard Branson, he's got like, close to 2 million. People are much more interested in following individuals because when they've got a choice of following an individual or following a brand, whereas before the brand was the only one that had the money to get the marketing dollars to get out to everybody, now individuals can do it just as easily. And it's very obvious people much rather follow someone who's got a character and a personal approach to do that too.
Absolutely.
So, and for some of the things that you're doing at the moment, which is, for example, the way that you're going about, marketing and getting people shifting the way they're marketing, what would you say has been one of the biggest things that you've seen in terms of the tools that you're providing that people are finding the biggest mileage from?
I think that probably one of the first ones is really personal branding, but in relationship to what I'm talking about. Giving people a transparent perception in the marketplace about who you are, what you do, the interactions that you have with the customers. But in terms of our business, one of the things that we really focus on, and again, it's very difficult because we have such a spread of content on everything from sales and marketing and business, entrepreneurial psychology, all the way through to capital raising, acquisitions, and exits. But at the pointy end of the stick, which is where most people are getting involved, I think one of the most important things I'm seeing is the importance of people to really understand their own expertise or understand their own business in a way that helps them to communicate what they do in a very succinct way to the marketplace. I think back in 1992, there was something like 3,000 commercial messages that the average human being was exposed to on a daily basis. I think in 2010, it was something like 7,000. They're predicting in the next 3 years it's going to be up to 15,000 commercial messages every single day. So, we're essentially being bombarded with more and more and more information, and as a result, our filters are being activated more and more and more. So we may be processing more information, but we're filtering more information than ever before. So there's never been a more important time than now for people to be able to really communicate quickly and succinctly, the problems that they solve, the costs associated with people having those problems, the benefits that are on offer, and why doing business with this individual or that individual, is the first choice. And then understanding that 95% of people are Googling individuals and businesses before they do business. So that personal brand, that Google brand as we call it, is really paramount in this whole ability to market yourself. Number one, in a very succinct and direct way, in a specialized way. But then number two, being able to back up the words and the language, the nouns and adjectives and verbs that you're using to describe yourself and your business, with some social commentary and some visible authority in the marketplace.
Right. I mean, there's something you mentioned there. I'm going to come over to Larry
and Larry's jumped out of a seminar to be on this course, so thank you, Larry, for that. And I'm picking up on this whole thing about personalities, personal branding, and more importantly, personal attention that people are really looking for from people that they respect. And I know, one of the things that you've done is you've developed your own mentoring program, and you're also connecting with a lot of high-level people who have started actually investing more time, whereas it used to be, I'm going to get out in front of 10,000 people. Now it's, you know what, I'm going to spend 4 or 5 days with 10 or 15, but I'm actually going to generate more income from those 10 or 15 and get more results for them because of the level of people they are and so on. What's been your experience as you've been out there connecting to the people who are the real drivers of personal development and of education? What's been your experience of how they've been shifting their model to one which is fitting the times more?
Well, it's interesting. Although Alex Mundosian is not on the call, I'll share something that he shared at our SANE conference that I think is highly relevant for everyone listening on the call. And it was basically, he was talking about flipping the funnel. A lot of people might spend a lot of time with low-hanging fruit, lower dollar amount type clients, but in the whole process of maybe flipping the funnel, and what I'm trying to do personally is just be more strategic, spend more time, invest more time in critical relationships. So, for example, last year, I had a mastermind group with about 15 people. Jay Abraham was one of those people, and Jeff Hazlett, who is the former chief marketing officer of Kodak. And ironically, there was a gentleman that I met off of Facebook originally that happened to be one of the co-owners of the baseball team, the Texas Rangers, who happened to be one of the most influential people in the entire world of sports here in the United States, in executive search. But the point is, a lot of them are doing a lot more at the high end of their clients, whether it's high-end coaching programs, whether it's just giving those people more attention, whether it be masterminds or what have you. And so you can kind of flip that funnel, so to speak, and invest that time more wisely in your most valued customers and your most valued relationships. And I know for me, I mean, I'm so excited that Mari's on the phone, but Mari's one of those people, if she ever needed something or asked for something, I would do it at the drop of a hat. I've known Mari now before everyone probably knew Mari as a social media god. But I think it's really important. As a matter of fact, when I texted her, to me, the value of a relationship, you could tell how strong the relationship is by the fact if you text someone, you email someone, you leave a message for someone, how fast will they respond to you? And Mari is one of the busiest people I know, and fortunately we have a good relationship, so when I text her, normally I'll see a response back fairly quickly. But it's a call, for me, investing in those kind of relationships is very important.
Yeah, I think what you just said there, I mean, one thing we'll get onto, I'm going to come back to Mari in a moment, because later on in the call we're going to get to some advanced technologies coming our way. One of them is cloning, and I think Mari's got there early, because I found exactly the same. Mari's just always on it. I mean, she went off to Scotland and she was still on it. So I have got that question for you, Mari. Are you cloning yourself, or what is your strategy for keeping up with the volume when so many people out there are saying, I've just not got enough days in the week to get things done? How do you do it?
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me okay. I had to switch phones. My battery was going on the other one. So can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Good. All right. Got my new iPhone 5. I'm loving it. Great question. Now, here's the thing. There are many things that you can delegate, and you should delegate with your social media marketing, but there's also things that you should not. So things that you can delegate are finding and sourcing and scheduling content. So content, most all of my tweets, if people, watch my tweet stream, it's just at Mari Smith. And, I have help. I have an in-house team that, under my guidance, they find content for me and schedule it, and then I approve it. And also, I have a team that manages the community on my Facebook fan page. And so all the different questions that I get asked on a daily basis about Facebook marketing and social media, I have a wonderful team that responds. But the way that I did it, I never have anyone speaking as if they are me. That's the caveat right there. So I'll have a team go in and they respond on Facebook through an additional fan page called Team Mari, and then they just sign off their first name, whoever's doing the responding. And that works really, really well. The part you should not delegate, I believe, is the very point that Larry was just making about building those relationships. I just think there's nothing worse if you're tweeting with someone and only to find out it's actually a ghost person. It's not really them. But you can just be ruthlessly honest with people and say, I might not be able to respond to everybody's tweets, but I'll do my best. And just a minute here and a minute there throughout the day, including on your mobile device, and it really does add up. And people can feel your intent that you want to do your best to respond and engage. My favorite Twitter app for the mobile device is called Tweetcaster Pro. Tweetcaster Pro. That's just a wonderful app. There's many other different choices, but I found that to be really awesome for just tweeting on the fly. The Facebook apps are pretty decent. The Facebook Pages Manager app, for example, using that one on the iPhone to schedule. You can schedule Facebook posts ahead of time. And but yeah, no, I don't clone myself, and I do my best to delegate and empower my team to be able to help me and to just leverage my brand and my voice, but without actually having people pretend like they're me, because that would be important to me to not do that.
Mary, we've also had a question from someone on the call about generally systems, and the question was specifically around what kind of systems do you use to be able to track everything, your CRM system. What is it you use, and how much time did you spend looking for a system that was going to work for you?
Okay, so I'm going to share one of my hot secret resources just because it's you, Roger, and I like you and your piece. So one of my favorite systems for sourcing content is a fabulous site called Spunge, and that's spelled S-P-U-N-D-G-E. So S-P-U-N-D-G-E, the word sponge but with a D in it. Sponge.com, and it's just a fabulous way of curating content, and you can share notebooks, you can make them public, you can share them with internal staff, you can put your own feeds in there, you can put Twitter lists, you can pull from Facebook, Google, you name it. And I find this an exceptional way to just have this wonderful constant stream of good content. For the mobile app, there's things like Flipboard. I like Flipboard or Pulse. But Spunge is one of our primary systems we use in-house for myself and for clients to have a constant stream of really, really good content. We then handpick it. We use Spunge to surface good content, but then we still handpick it. I use Hootsuite every single day. We use Hootsuite to schedule the content. We also make terrific use of Google Docs. We're a big fan of Google Docs in my company. We use the calendar system we were talking about earlier. I recommend a physical calendar on your wall, but also a Google Doc is a super simple way to map out in advance, what different social content you're going to be promoting and posting and interspersing with your different campaigns, your campaigns. So, but yeah, those are the
and with with your database, because you obviously collected, I know a lot of people obviously connecting on social media, but when you have people who all sign up for the webinars and so on, do you use Infusionsoft or Salesforce or something like that?
I use Infusionsoft, yeah. I'm a big fan of Infusionsoft. And also, I love a fantastic free plugin that goes into Gmail. I do use Gmail as my primary email platform. We have it all mapped, so all email addresses go through marysmith.com domain through the Google Apps. But Rapportive, just the word rapport, R-A-P-P-O-R-T, and then I-V-E, Rapportive.com. And they're owned by LinkedIn, in fact. I think LinkedIn bought them. And it's just a fantastic little widget. It sits on the right-hand side of your Gmail, and in an instant, you can see at a glance. Every time you're emailing with somebody, you can see their latest tweets, their latest Facebook posts. You can see if you're following them or if you're friends with them. You can actually even reply right in there. And then you can do reverse lookup. If you have somebody's email address, you just drop it in or even hover over it, and Rapportive will pull it up. So really nifty
That's awesome.
system.
That's very cool. That's great. Thanks for that, Mary. And Mary, one final question for you, then I'm going to come back to Simon. Was you said, have you got any information on the January session at the moment for people who want to join that, or is that on your site at the moment?
Oh yeah, no, it's brand new. We don't have anything out about that yet. We do have the Business and Beyond Club that people can check out. And there's different ways. If you scroll down on my website, if people just opt in for the free reports, then they'll end up being on my email list, and I'll be able to send them information. Yeah, thank you right there. That's perfect. Just grab their free reports, and then I'll keep them up to date with the next webinar.
That's awesome. Okay, great. I'm going to come back to Simon for a moment. And Simon, you're our mobile guy here, and you've been hearing and seeing just how much that's been shifting. But it's very interesting creating that experience where you're going to get people really going for that. I think that's fantastic. How important do you see video being in apps at the moment, or what do you see as being the apps that are getting the best traction, or frankly not just apps, but anything in terms of mobile sites that are getting the best traction?
Sure. Well, I mean, people are using apps for a different variety of reasons. If we talk about apps where people are using that as kind of an entry-level experience to attract new consumers to a company or person's services, kind of a product for prospects, if you will, then we find that things like video are incredibly important because, of course, in large amount of cases, it's all about getting that rapport that people have been talking about on the line, and video is, apart from face-to-face conversations, about the best way we can do that. So, particularly with consultancies, video is basically essential. Even a little, 2-minute introduction to welcome to my app. We're going to get to do X, Y, Z is very, very important. And what we then do in those situations is we position those apps, and very much about an entertainment. So people have been talking about kind of the entertainmentization of information. We very much have found that to be very, very successful. So something I don't think it's come up before, but I think it's really worth mentioning. Anonymity is really important. So if I want to work with someone perhaps for the first time, I really want to check them out anonymously. And I think, the web, Facebook and other tools like that are fantastic for doing that. So for businesses that are looking to get extra consumers, extra customers, people are very happy to download a cheap application, have a little kind of test drive that person or that organization before they perhaps invest a bit more time and money and effort into that kind of relationship.
That distinction, I think, is such a key one. I'm just writing this down as a note here because a lot of people think, oh, free, people want free, but then they say, if you like it free, then kind of like, click here and then you get it free. And by the way, obviously that can work when someone already has built a level of trust, but it's all about trust, isn't it? It's like, well, how does someone build trust in such a way that they're not getting something taken away from them, like their name and their details, before they know they can trust you? And there's the element you mentioned, but there's the second element, which is almost like, there was a time when we would say, hey, come try my product, as opposed to now when there's so many people who've got videos saying, like you saw Mary's one, you can actually just go and watch the whole thing, and rather than saying, come try me, and once you give me all your details, I'll give you some value. It's like, we're just going to give you the value. Here's the value, and here's lots of value, and the whole concept of putting your best stuff out there. As far as apps go, people will get frightened if I put all my good stuff onto an app that's then free, and people then can try, and I don't even have their data. Then aren't I kind of going against all the online marketing rules, which are that I've got to collect people's data and I've got to get the list?
Yeah.
So what would you say to someone? I mean, you've already said half of it here, but if someone's really worried about how much of their content they put onto something that people then access mobile, and I add on to that, even the Facebook issues and so on, was they're saying, hey, everyone's still got our stuff on mobile, but we don't know how to monetize this anymore, and they're just figuring that stuff out. What would be your number one advice to people that are worrying about it?
Well, a couple of points, actually. First of all, the kind of blanket answer I would have is actually don't be worried about kind of giving your best stuff away, because ultimately it is about building engagement, and one of the fastest, quickest ways we can do that is to demonstrate we know our topic, and we really know our subject. So that's a great way. But what I think is really important for people to get, and I'm not sure, I know a lot of people haven't noticed this point, people want to invest and find out about someone else kind of gradually. So a lot of people are authors, perhaps most of the people online at the moment, or all the panelists are probably authors as well, as am I. And books are great for credibility, but if someone's going to work with me for the first time, they don't really want to spend 100 hours reading my book. What they want to do is actually watch a video for a minute or download an app and have a little play for a few moments. And if I kind of pass that test, then I'll go on and invest more time and energy learning about that person or that business. So it's a very kind of stepping stone. So not only are people perhaps not willing to spend a vast amount of money straight away, which kind of makes sense, they're also not willing to spend a huge amount of time either. And I think when people are building their sort of product and marketing funnels, don't just think about the escalation of price, but think about the escalation of time. So, you know, your first product in your route, you know, that should be, you know, a couple of minutes, a couple of minute video on Google somewhere, on YouTube. Then that might lead to, you know, a very brief kind of leaflet. Maybe there's, you know, top 10 tips, and then that might lead to a book or an app or something like that. But I really think it's worth plotting out that escalation of time as well as the actual price point of that product funnel.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, thank you very much for that, Simon. And I think that is, I think that's given everyone a lot of food for thought. I'm going to be asking, the same way Simon's just been sharing, I'm going to be asking Kerwin, Larry, and Mary in that order as we're coming up to the hour here. From everything you've been hearing others sharing on this call as well, if you were to give a piece of advice to everyone, regardless of where they are around the world on this call, a piece of advice or something maybe from your own experience where you think, okay, if there's one thing in 2013 to really get in order to make sure you're making the most of that year, what would that one thing be? I'm going to start with Kerwin.
Thanks, Roger. Mate, I'd say the most important thing, well, if there was one thing, and it's always very difficult when someone says, like, what's the number one thing, but if there was one thing that I'd suggest people get in order for 2013, it's really the importance of networking and relationships. Like, there's an old saying that network equals net worth. And that's just another, you know, it's a fancy pithy maxim of saying that, you know, the money, there's an enormous amount of opportunity and money in collaboration. And I would say for anyone who's, whether they're in business right now or whether they're starting out in business, especially if you're starting out in business, you typically have a lot more time and a much smaller budget. But, you know, the potential to collaborate in industries, communities, you know, cross sections of different industries, you know, the opportunity is huge. And I think that's one thing that most people really underestimate is the power of their network and never really actually putting the time into developing that network and building the relationships. And when they do, and I've seen this firsthand, I'm sure everyone on the call has probably experienced it at some point where they've met someone, they've formed a great relationship with them, but then there's been no relationship maintenance. You know, there's been nothing to continue that connection. And I think, you know, there's a tremendous amount of value that every single person has to offer. It's just finding the right people with the right value, you know, that can essentially add leverage to what you're doing in a very mutually beneficial way.
Right. That's one of the things Stephen Covey, when he makes the distinction between effective and efficient, and talks about, you know, efficient is making things happen quickly, whereas effective is making things happen well. And what's happening with a lot of technology is it's allowed us to be so much more efficient, but then we as humans have to almost match that by being more effective. Like Mary's saying, she can automate so many things, but that actually gives her the time to be more effective in her relationships, to build more trust. And if she's not doing that, oh, have I gone? Am I still here?
No, you're still there.
Oh, okay. So that whole element of actually being, of having to, by being more efficient, being more effective, which is what you're saying, is so critical, because sometimes we're like, hey, good, I've got some more time off, when we actually could be out there building far more effective relationships as well. That's
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you for that, Kerwin. I'm gonna, Kerwin, by the way, just before we go over to Larry, is there, I mean, I've asked Mary, I've asked Simon already, and I've put some links up to some of the things that they're doing so people want to get involved. I put your site up earlier, but if people want to get more involved in Australia with what you're doing, what's the best thing for me to point them to other than your main site?
And the best site to go to is kerwinrae.com. That's spelled KERWINRAE.com. And as a matter of fact, we're actually offering 2 special reports at the moment that are specifically related to joint ventures and collaboration. And we've got one that we're giving away at the moment, which is how to set up $1 million joint ventures, or the $1 million joint venture, and how to set up $1 million joint ventures and the $1 million joint venture implementation guide. And both of those are available, you know, for free at the moment for your guys.
That's brilliant. Thanks very much. That's awesome. Thanks, Cohen. I'm going to come over to, and here's a list of all of Cohen's dates as well that are coming through too. How about for you, Larry, if you were to look at what would be the number one thing, if there was one thing, for people to focus at for 2013?
Well, it's interesting, what Kerwin said. And Kerwin, I definitely would love to follow up with you on some of the things you talked about. But, it's interesting. He mentioned the relationship and the relationship maintenance. But it's interesting, even if you're brand new to a market space, now let's just say you're trying to crack the code on Facebook or social media or whatever, and then let's just say you don't have the market credibility, but then someone like Amari Smith does. How much time and investment strategically, who are the key influencers that control the market? Some people have a lot more influence than others. Every industry has those market influencers. So my question to someone is, what events do they attend? Where do they hang out? How could you get to them? And more importantly, how can you add value to those people? So then they can transfer their credibility. I was with Jay Abraham earlier today, and he was talking about relationship capital or connection currency. And the reality is, other people have whether it's they may have spent years investing and building trust in a certain marketplace, and you might be able to just cultivate a relationship with that individual where they could transfer that trust right over to you. Or you could pick up some of their, certain assets that they have or that they control. So anyway, I definitely think, along with Kerwin's saying, is the strategic relationship element is probably one of the most valuable things someone can do, and understanding who those market influencers are.
Awesome. Very cool. By the way, I've opened up your Sang page as well, because everything you talk about, which is connecting, which is what you're so great at. Obviously, we were at Sang. Mario was at Sang as well. Actually, I just saw Jack Ganfield on here as well, and I know many of you know Jack well. And I just wanted to tell you, this is kind of funny. I wanted to show you this actually. Here is an image from last night. It's a bit blurry, but here's an image of last night. There's good old Jack. Jack. There's a whole group from TLC. I know, Mario, you presented at TLC. Jack and Inga are here in Bali at the moment. We've got Ariel Ford here. We've got Bobby and Joe from Supergame. We've got a whole bunch of people that were here, and we just were all around last night having dinner together. So Cynthia Kersey was here with Blaine. There's a whole bunch here. So if you're wondering where those guys are, they're over here at the moment. Let me ask you, Larry, with the people that you connect with and the ways that you open up that platform for others, I'm going to give that link on Sang events, and I've also given a link on basically the mentoring and the masterminding you're doing. Is there anything else that you'd want to highlight to anyone who's interested in really making sure they're being mentored by an expert when it comes to connections with you that I should point them to?
If they want, there's a free ebook at connectionmastery.com, and it's called The Art of Connection. So it's a lot of our strategies and principles, and how they can connect with anyone, how they can add more value to anyone, pretty much how they can get what they want in business or in life in less time. So they can just go to connectionmastery.com and pull that down. And while they're at SangEvent.com, they could we'll give them access to some of the best videos of all time with some of the top thought leaders in the world. So if they want to do that, they can get that there as well at SangEvents.com.
Yeah, that's a great newsletter actually. There's a lot of really good stuff in there. So okay, I'm getting the Connection Mastery link. There it is. And thank you for that, Larry. And I'm going to come over to Mary for the final word. Just like as the others, if you were to pick one thing for 2013, what would you say?
Well, it seems like we're on a bit of a theme here. I'm actually going to echo, similar to Carmen and Larry here, the importance of relationships, because nothing has changed ever since the dawning of man of how critical it is to develop those powerful relationships. And, as the title of one of my books is The New Relationship Marketing, and in there I have an exercise which I can describe real quick, and I simply call it Hollywood Squares. It's a version of that game, that TV game show. And I invite everybody to go ahead and for getting ready for 2013, all that you do is you make a grid of squares, like maybe 4x4 or 5x5. And in that grid, you place the faces and names of people that you want to connect with in 2013. Maybe share the stage with them, have dinner with them. You just had a wonderful picture up there, Roger, with Jack and Ariel, just phenomenal people. And, 7 years ago or so, we didn't have relationships with these people, and now I do through social media and through networking, and it is as a result of intention. Because here's the bottom line: we've known for years the saying that it's not what you know, it's who you know. That's true. What you know is who you know. However, even more importantly, and especially since social media has become so prevalent, it's who knows you. Who knows you? Because I could have said years ago, I know this person, I know that person, and if you said to them, oh, do you know Mari Smith? They're like, no. But now, now they do. So it's not what you know, it's who you know, but it's who knows you. It's who knows you. And you can be very, very intentional about that. And, as Carolyn pointed out, just really making sure you're nurturing and maintaining those relationships and adding value, whether you need anything from the person or not. It's just a critical part. And you can use social media. Like just while you guys were talking, I've just posted on Kerwin's Facebook page, and I sent Larry and Kerwin a tweet. So you can use social media to augment the relationship.
That's awesome. That's very cool. Final question is a question to you, Mary, that comes from Sandy Gibbons. And it's kind of an interesting one because she says, how would I move from free webinars to getting clients to pay? But then she also then says straight after that, just do it, ? So for anyone who's there. The question was, how would I move from free webinars? So she's obviously doing free webinars at the moment. And she wants to get from the free webinars to getting clients to pay. So is it just do it, or is there more to it than that?
Easy peasy. Okay, you make a commitment. Never, ever, ever do a free webinar without making an offer. You must make an offer. That's it. But you have to have it all scripted out. Not reading it verbatim, but have bullet points and give plenty of value, but indicate throughout that you're going to be making an offer, because you can only teach so much in 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 or 4, and then you just say there's an invitation to work further with me. I have this special offer for you, and then just describe it and make it super, super crystal clear and very compelling.
Very cool. Awesome. I want to say thank you, Mary. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Kerwin. And thank you, Simon, for coming and joining us and having a chance to share not just what you got, but also reflect on each other. And I think for me, sometimes having a group together like this, that's one of the biggest things is not just what people are sharing, but what they're agreeing with each other on, because that's always the gold. And everyone here has heard very clearly where everyone's in agreement on the most important things for next year. So I want to thank all 4 of you for just being on this call and taking this time out to be here. And I'll be catching up with each of you in your own countries at some point in 2013 as well. So thanks a lot, guys, and we'll be catching up again later.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Cheers.
much. Thanks, everyone else.
Okay, awesome. Okay, we're going to take just about a minute break as I get myself organized and check out any questions here, and then we're going to be stepping into the final hour, which I'm going to be kicking off with the final 5 of the waves as well. Alrighty. In the meantime, if anyone wants to go and click on any of those links, they're all on this link here as well to each of the change makers and the things that they were talking about as well. All right, we'll be back on again in about a minute's time. Okay, guys, we're ready to roll again, and I'm just going to check in with Suraj. Suraj, do we still have an echo, or are we back on track?
Now you're fine.
Hang on a second. Suraj, could you repeat that?
You're fine.
Okay, all right, I'm fine. Woo! Okay, guys, we are, you might have noticed something mathematically.
We went through five waves in 2 hours, and then we had a Changemaker forum, which was fantastic. So thank you for our Changemakers. We've got 5 more waves. We've got 1 hour. So have you noticed that things are accelerating? I'm going to be jumping into these waves straight away, and what you're going to notice is that, and let me just tell you, these waves, when I started sharing about them a couple of years ago, they look different, because like you watch a wave come towards shore, it kind of evolves and changes, and some of them have just become massive, and they're the ones that I covered in the first half. The ones that I'm about to share are the ones that are going to become massive, and frankly, even in the last couple of years, the transformation has been phenomenal within them, from something that people thought that can't even be possible to something that's now moving so quickly that if we're not aware that these things are coming our way, we could very much be putting the wrong strategies, the wrong products, the wrong teams in place based on what's coming our way, or even following the wrong experts who may have great information for what was the case yesterday, but you've got to keep that in context of where things are happening or leading to tomorrow. So I'm going to jump straight into it. Oh, by the way, one thing just before I do that, with this image here, with the TLC, which is the Transformational Leadership Council, if you're looking for really great people that you'd like to follow and you're looking for new particular mentors or so on, let me just give you this link. I was invited into this group, which is a fantastic group. It was set up by Jack Canfield and John Gray, and it really is more of a social group where they get to share with each other. But there is actually a link and a directory of every single member of the group. So here they all are in alphabetical order. And you can go and actually say, well, who are these different people? They all got in here, basically earning the right to be in here as top CEOs, trainers, facilitators, thought leaders. Every one of them has got amazing content. And so I'm just giving this as a link to share. But one of the things that I'm finding huge satisfaction out of right now is how we can connect people who are at the leading edge with other people at the leading edge. So for example, today, after this call, I'm going to head up to the Green School, where we have Jack and Ivan Meisen is also there, and who set up BNI, and a group of the other TLC members who are going to come and see the Green School for the first time, and meet up with John Hardy, who's going to take them on a tour. And Green School was one of the things that was the final part I wanted to mention about the educational side, that the way that the Green School is taking this concept of technology and how things can be more efficient to make things more effective. In the case of education, how education can be more effective. This I live and breathe every day because of the group there and what John's done and the vision of it for the Green School. So what I'm going to share here for a moment is a couple of links on personalized education and education for all, that for anyone who's got kids or anyone here who's also looking for a change in lifestyle yourself, well, there's a transformational leadership link that you can go to for connecting up with some of the people there. And then let me just give you that this is the Green School link that we've got a newsletter you can subscribe to. There's this this thing called the Bamboo News, which basically is all the latest things if you don't want to come to the site to look at everything all the time. And that's definitely something that I recommend, that if you're interested in what's happening in the forefront of education, and frankly, education that's purpose-driven, that's meant to also change the world, giving our next generation a much better consciousness to drive from, then come have a look and just see how this is working. So this is the Bamboo News link that I'm just going to give you. And there's 2 other things if you ever happen to be in Bali or coming around this way. One is that we are now revamping totally. I'm the chairman at the Green School, and I'm also now in charge of the whole global growth of it. So I'm just so driven by the vision of what it's looking to achieve. There's Green Camp Bali, which basically is a whole bunch of camps that are run for schools and run for. We actually have about 2,000 students go through Green Camp Bali, compared to about 300 at the school. This tells you all about those programs going on, and one of my pride and joys is something which Shah built and grew, and now we're working together with Heather Yelland in Australia on as well, who set up Supercamp in Australia on Green Supercamp, and Bobby and Joe, who set up Supercamp. This is like the #1 enrichment program in the world. My kids tripled their reading speed, tripled their memory, the tools that they give you, and they give kids to empower them to actually be far better academically, so they can actually spend their real time when they're young looking at their leadership and who they're going to be in character and purpose as a person is just unbelievable. So I'm just sharing that as some extra things that are inspiring me, that hopefully for some of you will find inspiring and will get involved in as well. We have a number of Green Super Camps coming up. We've got a Super Camp in Australia in January, and then we've got Green Super Camps happening in July time. So that's all coming up as well. So I'm just showing that as a little bit of an advertorial, and that takes me to the next of our waves, called materialization. So materialization, a different word for this is 3D printing. This is something which a couple of years ago people thought was science fiction. The speed with which it's changing right now will transform not just the fact that every single one of us will be will be our own retail store, will be our own bank, but this will actually change also factories and production around the world, so every one of us will be our own factory. And what you're seeing here is you're seeing a MakerBot replicator. This is my Christmas present. Believe it or not, you can now get a 3D printer for under $1,000, and it's just like a laser printer, but it actually prints 3D objects. This one that you're seeing here actually makes it out of cornstarch, so it's not plastic. It is recyclable material, which is as strong as plastic, and when you make it, it smells like popcorn. And what kind of things can you make with this? It's stronger than many materials. You can use it to make shoes. Here's an article basically on shoes. I'm going to ask Penny, as she's listening to this, on the links that I provided, there's a whole section on materialization. As I'm going through, if you can just copy and paste these into the fast forward page, that'd be great, so people can follow along. But this really is a matter of saying, okay, we're going to pull a design off a website. We're going to design it up to something. Yes, you can do it for accessories, jewelry, shoes, things like that. This just came out, as you can see, November 11th, world's first 3D printing booth, photo booth set for scan. So basically, where else but Japan they would start this up? It's called a mote. What happens is you go into a booth, it does a scan of you, it then prints out a 3D replica within 15 minutes, which is like a doll replica. Believe it or not, Disney is doing this now with dolls, where they're putting the kid's face on the doll, which frankly is a bit creepy. But basically, the whole thing here is that anything now can be produced at any level. And when we went through at Singularity University with the group here, there was a whole presentation done on the latest jet fighters, where over 1,000 parts in the jet fighters were 3D printed to match. When you look at things like racing cars, when you look at so many of the things that are required for one-offs, they're already 3D printed, which basically means you get the computer working, this 3D printer then starts to print it through. Here is something that just got announced 2 days ago. Forget the creepy photo. This is basically Staples. That is in one of the first big superstores that is giving a 3D printing service for customers. So if you remember the old days where you had to, if you wanted to get a print done or a photocopy done, go to a photo shop, to a Xerox shop or something like that, we're going to see the same happen in the early days of 3D printing. Anything you want to produce, whether it is a new button for your shirt, whether it is a new lamp for your house, whether it is a new instrument, how 3D printing is revolutionizing guitar making. So this is where we're actually seeing a total redesign, where you can actually print from the scratch upwards, design something out, get it printed. The Economist, Print Me Stradivarius, the manufacturing technology that will change the world, because of course when you actually can print things when you need it, you no longer need to be shipping things around the world. You suddenly are able to actually access anything anywhere. And if you want to know just how far advanced this is getting, here is basically now 3D printed. If you look at like the guys in the Olympics that were doing the 100-meter run, that all had their gazelle legs, those were all largely 3D printed nowadays. Here we've actually got the idea of actually having amputees effectively getting designer limbs that are getting created here. And these are all stories that are actually, this is not things happening in the future, these are things happening right now today. And if you want to see just how far that goes, here's an image on the left. Financial Times need human tissue, just press print. In the last year, this has all happened in the last year, they can now 3D print blood, which means the days of blood transfusions that go wrong or not having enough blood will be over in the coming years. They're actually 3D printing livers, they're 3D printing bone now. Here you've actually got the first case in February this year in the Netherlands, an 83-year-old woman who got a titanium 3D printed jaw, which basically is if you go to a cosmetic surgeon now or you go to a cosmetic dentist, the vast majority of those teeth that they actually find perfectly fit you are 3D printed. So this is happening across the board already, but imagine yourself having a 3D printer in your own home, and when you do, then this is what now starts to happen. These sites I'm going to show you now didn't exist at the same level a year ago. The first one here is MakerBot, which is one of the most popular at the moment 3D printers you can get, where the price is coming down so quickly, and they're getting more and more sophisticated. There's already 3D printing in metals. There's 3D printing. There's nanotechnology 3D printing, where it's not just biological material that's getting printed, so you effectively can print, one of every replacement limb and one of every replacement organ that you need. This is about 3D printing so that every element you might need of anything gets the ability to print again. We were talking with someone on nanotechnology who basically is 3D printing at the cellular level, where they're 3D printing carbon, and that because they want to print life forms, as well as being able to actually print diamonds when they actually showed us diamond sheeting that they'd already printed. So Replicator 2, this is a MakerBot. This just came out in the last month. You can go order one, or if you're in a place like Singapore, I found a dealer here where I'm going to go and buy mine when I'm in Singapore. Haven't got to Bali yet. Here's the second one. Creator is a different one. You can see again the price. This is a European one that's just under over 1,000 euros at the moment to get a 3D printer to print whatever you like. There's another one here called the Formlabs. This has actually got funding on Kickstarter. You've got things like the Smithsonian now, which have taken every single statue or work of art at the Smithsonian, and you now have the ability to be able to 3D print straight off their site onto anything you want, a replica of anything. Here is a couple of other sites that I'm going to be including for you if you're wondering what things you might have right now that you could 3D print. And just so you know, does this go to electronics? Just in the last 6 months, they have now figured out how to print electronic circuits within, because they actually printed up layer by layer, atom by atom, and they've actually worked out how to actually print electronic circuits built into the plastic, which means you're going to see thinner smartphones. It actually means you're going to be able to print your own smartphone out. So instead of you having to wait for Apple to come out with their iPhone 10 and then go and queue in the store, you're going to be able to wait on their website, and the moment it comes out, you're going to be able to press print and actually get it printed out in wherever your local metal printer is, and actually get it printed and have it in your pocket. And if you happen to lose it, you can download the whole thing again, print it into a new one, and have a new one as well. So that's where we're going. And if you think, how does that disrupt all international trade? It disrupts it a lot. If you ask, well, how does it disrupt the taxes that governments can collect to keep themselves afloat? Well, it doesn't, which means that governments are going to totally restructure based on this one technology. And if you were to say, well, what happens when you can print things like credit cards or cash or money, where it becomes that good, what happens then to our entire cash system? And there's implications to all of that. When you can print fingerprints and anyone's fingerprint, you could print it out and leave it wherever you want. What does that do to crime? So there's a lot of implications which this technology has, but it's now at the point where if you go to something like Pinocchio, you can actually not just design things and put them up here and then sell them to others. You can buy things straight off here, and you don't even need a 3D printer. They'll print it for you and send it to your home. So the likes of something like Thingiverse, where I can go to Thingiverse right now, and I'm just going to do that. Let's go to Thingiverse. And let's say I say, you know what, I want some Christmas decorations coming out. So what I'll do is I'll come to Thingiverse and I'll maybe I want some Star Wars stuff for Christmas, right? So I'll put in Star Wars, and then I'll do search, and then it'll come up with everyone who's designed anything. Here's Star Wars chess set, right? Here's Star Wars Lego that I can print now. Here's this land speeder. You get the idea. This is pretty ridiculous. You can basically, anyone who's actually designing anything can put it up there, and then you can just print their stuff, or you can add your own in here as well. And we effectively are going back to cottage industry, but high-tech cottage industry as a result of this. So I'm sharing all that because what this means is in the future, talking about right now, it's the end of the power of production. It's not who has the ability to produce something that wins. It's who has the ability to serve the market in the way that the market wants that wins. It's economies of speed over economies of scale. It's how quickly you can actually modify what you're doing to not just be electronically modifying, but actually physically modifying products now. And this is all coming our way very rapidly. Are there going to be multi-billionaire 3D printing companies in the future? Obviously, yes. Can you be in there on the front row and get started on the front? Of course you can. I'm showing that as one of the things that before was something that we said will be coming in the next 5 years. Within 2 years, it's already here. And like I said, I'll be posting some things I'm printing and that my kids are printing. And the first businesses my kids are going to be running are going to be businesses where they're producing things straight off the 3D printer. That leads to the next part, which is, okay, well, if we can now just basically materialize anything anywhere, what are we actually going to pay for? And the answer is we're going to be paying for our experience. So this one here, the experience ecology, is all about us understanding that people don't want to pay for the education or the content anymore, but they do want to experience. What you heard from Simon, I thought was great. It's like, people know they can go and learn how to do an app, but to actually spend 3 days together with a group and get to connect with them and then get to actually get the learning done at the same time, people pay for that experience. So what are people going to be willing to pay for you and your experience? And let me just share a couple of different things that are now shifting as a result of people saying, you know what, I don't have to spend as much money on things anymore, so I'm going to spend money on experiences. First one is this, and this isn't so much even spending money, it's about just sharing the news. I'm sure many of you saw this, right? The skydiver Baumgartner, who jumped out and broke all these records from jumping out from the edge of space. And one of the biggest records is the fact that he had the record for the most people watching a live YouTube record being broken. We are going to see this. Over 8 million people watched live from YouTube. There's going to be more and more people coming to things live, and then you can segment or chop it up, as we said, and then provide it in the kind of way that people want to see it pre-recorded. This thing here about live events is actually extending on to other things. Here is an article which came out November 5th, Live Nation, which is one of the leading companies in the US that does big rock concerts and so on. Live Nation profit revenue soared in the third quarter, and is here talking about this big trend that's taking place as more and more people are actually, instead of just watching things, they're saying, yeah, I can watch things, but basically because it's free, I don't value it as much. I'm going to physically show up somewhere now. And people are getting out there more, but they're going out for big experiences. They're not just going to show up in a seminar room with 20 people now, because it's not an experience that they cherish. They're going to go for the bigger ones. So what we're seeing within things like the event industry is, at the bottom end, people who multiply it very well and get it out there and automate do well. And on the other end, those who actually do the really big productions do well. The ones in the middle have all been squeezed out of the market. So don't anymore think of doing something in the middle of the road. Say, how am I going to magnify something, which is one part on the wealth dynamics, if you're more on the Blaze side, or how I'm going to multiply something, which is more on the multiply side. And I'll come back to that with Entrepreneurs Institute in a moment. Here's another example. This was pretty amazing. Major League Gaming. There was a time when people were using computers to go into 3D worlds to play games. Now they're going in to watch games. Look, Major League Gaming is when people can go in the game and actually watch others play. The league today reported 334%. You can see here, this is the middle of November, 334% year-over-year growth in live streaming video viewers. That's people actually watching the games. And it's not a small number. They put in a record-shattering 11.7 million unique viewers watching live, who've consumed over 50 million hours of live online video, compared to last year when it was 3.5 million. So as you can see, it's tripled up in size, and it's continuing with this. So there are new ways that people are able to experience things where they're all willing to do it and pay the money to do it in ways that in the past they didn't even exist. Taking that one step further, we say, well, what about a real life business? What does that look like? We're seeing this with the big events. Cities in the future, like the likes of Singapore, Dubai, have designed themselves to be venues for incredible events. So we're going to see more and more incredible events out there. We're going to start choosing where we live based on the experiences we have. We designed Vision Villas, which is where I'm calling from right now, in Bali, as a place where people would gain an experience. We called it Vision Villas. We linked in with the John Fawcett Foundation, where we had the way to actually get vision by being here at the resort, where it's all about learning, but also to give vision by actually supporting someone getting cataract surgery and getting their eyesight back. And that experience of people actually making that difference has been enough that they then share it on with friends, and we've actually built Vision Villas into something quite unique, not because it's unique in terms of a resort, but it's unique in terms of experiences people get. This comes back down to one of the questions someone asked, which was the question around, well, what about when it comes to how do we do our energies? You know, that's one of the things that someone was asking on the feed. When you come to Vision Villas, you'll notice that this is the water pavilion. It's a particular pavilion. If you come to the pavilion, which is at the back, you can't see there. In fact, if I was to just open this up on the XL Vision Villas link, this is our resort link, which you can go to if you're ever in Bali. You're welcome to come and stay. Let me just link it here as well. Within this, on the images, and I won't go through the detail, we have designed every single one of the different pavilions has got a different energy, and the energy is designed by water, because water can actually replicate the different energies. So I've designed it so every morning, I will always start every morning in the water Bali, which is this one here. You can see it's all blue, you know, it's all the water energy. So it always starts from that one space. And no matter where I am in the world, I'll always start from that water energy, which is spirit. It's the question why. Why am I even here on this planet, right? So that's always something that comes from that energy. Or if I'm at the point where I'm making phone calls, I'll use this one. This is the fire Bali, where it's all red, it's surrounded by water, it feels bubbly when you're in it. And so it's a very different energy that people are actually getting as a result of that space. You can see it's a very different energy just by looking at it. You know, we have one which is our metal Bali, which is this one, which overlooks the paddy fields, where it's much quieter. I'll sit here, I'll do my numbers. It's just a fantastic space to sit. Now, you don't have to have a resort in Bali to get these spaces. Wherever I go around the world, I create those same spaces as well. But I don't start by saying I've got to get in metal energy and I've got to get concentrated and ask the how question, or I've got to get into wood energy where I can ask the what question. I design spaces that naturally get me in the wood energy. This year is our wood pavilion. This is where I've written all my books. When you go here, the energy of the spring here, spring energy is like the spring of a river, but it's also spring season. It just gets you just thinking, it taps you into your intuitive thinking. Think about it, it's like, is this real that you go into an environment and it suddenly changes everything, especially when technology is all over the place? Absolutely. Think what happens if you're having a conversation and you walk into a library. Without even thinking, you go quiet. You know what happens? You know, you don't go to the library and dance. And similarly, if you want to read a book, you don't go to a nightclub. But even if you're not feeling like dancing, I guarantee you go to a nightclub, it's not many songs before you actually feel like dancing, because it's a natural thing to do in that environment. So when you set up your environments, you don't get stressed out the way most people do when they're trying to shift from taking a phone call to doing some spreadsheet to trying to get the marketing material together, and they're going like, I'm going from ice to fire and then back down to ice. And of course, if you're shifting energies at will like that, all your energy is going to go in shifting from one energy to another. So understanding that there is this cycle, and the cycle goes through the 5 elements, is critical. I've got a lot more information on that, which can be shared with you. Entrepreneurs Institute goes into this in detail, so you can actually find out about all of this if you go through all of that as well. So let me just come back before I go through the next waves, because I'm on experience right now. Let me take that concept of experience. By the way, Vision Builders is where we're running the Wealth Dynamics Academy for our practitioners. So if you're thinking of joining the practitioners, do it now, because this is where we're going to have a chance to basically take the whole platform that we're taking out around the world and giving everyone who wants to really be at the cutting edge of this an opportunity to be on this inside circle. So here is, whereas I gave you a sneak peek before, here is the details behind the Entrepreneurs Institute. On the Entrepreneurs Institute, like I said, on this document here, which is actually the registration page here, as I've said here, we're going to take 50 people. This is going to be me personally as my #1 project over the next 6 to 12 months, is getting all of this set up with this group of 50 people. We have some incredible people that have come on board already that are investing their time and money to be on this program and to make sure that they're also then earning money through this as well. That every one of you, whether you're already a speaker, whether you're already an expert in your field, whether you're just getting started, when you're in this, you're effectively getting the inside track on how to ensure that all these things I'm talking about in terms of designing energies, designing schedules, and more importantly, getting your own personal profile of who you are and making that work for you to actually have all that set while using all this material and information as well. So what's going to be happening for each of the practitioners coming on board is we give you a personalized site, which happens within this next week. So you're going to have that already up and running. You can start playing around with it, using it, and already starting building a brand around that with your own materials. We're giving you a full online training program, which is my Power Pack, which for me is like the thing that if I go to the Wealth Dynamics, I'm going to just do this here. That's the Wealth Dynamics Central site. You can go and have a look at the Power Pack here, which is the tools that take you through a 12-month program of the entire package of materials. So we've actually got it broken down into each one of them, and then on the Power Pack here, it's $995 that you go through, and it goes through every one of these steps 1 month by 1 month, that actually you then are able to understand every one of the profiles and exactly how you go about building from where you are to the next level up. Right, so all this is all getting packaged within Entrepreneurs Institute right now as well, but you get all that free of charge because we want to have everyone having that. All the training and modules, we're going to be having monthly calls, which I'm going to be running for this group of 50, where we're going to be sharing our learning, going through the key things that we're finding working and not working within the products and fine-tuning them. $6,400 worth of the test tokens product we're going to give you, so you can, and when I say give you, it's not physical product, it's all the tokens and the links that allow people to buy straight from your site so that you don't have to worry about all that technology side, you've got it just working for you. And then of course we're going to have the community working together, the ongoing sales that take place from this as well. And just to give you an idea, at the moment we have got a number of people in Wealth Dynamics that have gone out and really started building their own site. We've got Tamami in Japan, we've got Jan now in Czechoslovakia, we've got Michael in Poland, and we've got a number of the people that have come on board that are now generating in the region of about $40,000 to $50,000 a month in revenues. And that's because of the way that they've been able to set up and replicate what we do internationally within their own country, within their own niche. I'm not saying everyone's going to make $40,000 to $50,000 a month, but frankly, even if you're making $40,000 to $50,000 extra a year, in addition to what you're doing right now, it's certainly worth the go to give a chance to see how that would work for you. And of course, it's my intention to make sure you're successful and work together with you on it as well. So here it talks about the normal fees, 5,200. You're already getting 6,400 worth of the tokens and products. You're going to get the 4-day Wealth Dynamics Academy, where we want to see you out here to actually get that certification when you can make it. The total for everything works out for the 50 that join at 3,800. You click on the register now, and it takes you through, put the details in, and come on board. If you have any questions on that at all, you can always just drop an email or send me a Facebook message, and I'll be happy to answer. But if you're ready to go for that and become part of our team, I'd love to have you on board, all right? So as Mary said, there's always something somewhere where there's going to be a value for those who want to take things further within a call. This call is not a free call. It's a call where everyone who's here has invested time and money to be here. So I'm not going to be pitching a lot of things, but I really want to share with everyone that this is, for me, a big project and a big passion of mine, that I would love to see this go out to many entrepreneurs around the world, and I'd love your help to make that happen. So click on that and book on that if you would like to come and join that. We're going to keep this open just until after this call, so it's not going to be sitting around here for months. We want to do it until we've actually got those places full, and then we're going to take all this down at the moment and just work with those group of 50 until we get to the next level. The next thing that I want to mention is our mentoring here. I got a note from Penny that we've got a number of these places filling up now. There were some people that started booking up, didn't finish, so you were in the queue. We had to take you off the queue, my apologies, to let other people come in as well. If you tried to get into one and you couldn't because someone was queued up but hadn't completed, you might want to give it a go again. And I will be having a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-4 with small groups tomorrow. It's going to be virtual. We're going to be doing it by GoToMeeting, so you're going to see me on video, and we're going to be going specifically into your situation and how to make sure you're getting 10 times the result in 2013. You want to make the most of next year, invest that hour, invest that $300, and I'll be making sure you get many times that result in what we get out of it. I love doing mentoring because it's my way of being able to basically make sure that everything I'm talking about actually creates traction in people's businesses. And I'll be helping to do that as well. So that's basically the two things I wanted to share with you. And now let's just jump from that onto the next wave, and then I'm going to be pausing again for some questions. So I'm going to refresh all of this. If you've got questions from this already, you can put them up here. I can see we have a number of questions that have also been posted up as well. Okay, I've actually got a question specifically about Entrepreneurs Institute from Jillian. She says, for the Wealth Practitioner Program, can this be right for me? I'm a CEO of a professional education business delivering vocational and higher education. I think absolutely, Jillian. I mean, we've got people who run headhunting businesses, who run training businesses, who run schools, who are actually booking up and joining this because it gives them the ability to see how from the inside we're building an online platform, and it gives them tools that they can then apply within their business as well. Our sister company, Talent Dynamics, we're currently creating Talent Dynamics for sales, Talent Dynamics for recruitment. That's for larger corporations, but basically we've got a whole set of tools and people to help within all these areas as well as you go forward. So it's not just for coaches and trainers, it's for people that are out there actually running and driving with their business as well. There is a question that Sandy asked, which is, Roger, how do you do YouTube live videos? It's quite simple. On YouTube, you can actually go in there, and they've actually got links that will take you to do the live ones. After this call, I'll post a link on the page as well. I just want to make sure I get through the other waves, but I'll post a link for those as well that are out there. Okay, so here we go. I'm now going to be, I have another question here. I'm going to answer this before I go forward from Mike Green. Do you guys still use LinkedIn for a social media platform? We use LinkedIn a lot for our Talent Dynamics because it's all corporate, or much more corporate than entrepreneurial, even though lots of entrepreneurs are on it. But corporates tend to use it a lot more. And so we have our groups on there, whereas we have our group much more active for Wealth Dynamics, and fast forward on Facebook, we have the most active group for Talent Dynamics on LinkedIn. So depending on your market and the people that are out there, use it for more the corporate side. Okay, here we go with the next of our waves. So I kind of covered up our slides. Here we go. We're at wave 8. This is where it gets a bit scary, to be honest, because this was something that when we talked to people originally about the rise of the machine, and in fact, even the concept of the singularity, which is when machines become more intelligent than human beings and can start replicating themselves more effectively than we can, which effectively means the machines take over. When we started talking about that, it was more like science fiction. But the date that Ray Kurzweil, who wrote the book The Singularity is Near, the date he put on this was like 2040, which is not too far away now. So here's some of the shifts and changes that have been happening. And again, I'm going to ask Penny to just put these links on the page at the moment. This is one that came out December 2nd, right? So what are we now? We're December 4th. This is the day before yesterday. Chevrolet to integrate Siri in some models early next year. We're going to be able to talk to our car now, right? So that's where we're going now in all of this. Our cars are going to become computers. We're going to start talking to our machines. They're going to be talking back. Obviously, Siri has taken certain steps, but you may not be aware that as of yesterday, Google has now, or 2 days ago, Google has now released a free Siri competitor straight from their search function. So if you go to your mobile now, and if you go basically to your iPhone or to your Android device, you go into your Google app, you click the recording one, and when you click it, you just ask something like, when is daylight saving, or what does Golden Gate Bridge look like? It recognizes what you're saying and what you're looking for to be able to then give you search results directly back on that. So it's not yet talking back at you, but with what's happening with what Google's doing, Microsoft also has one that they've just come out with. In fact, Microsoft's one is even more stunning, and I'll share why in a moment. And then there's a whole point that I just talked about smartphones, when this next year, Google Glass will come out, which is basically wearing your smartphone. And what we're going to see in the next couple of years is many more people, not just necessarily glasses like this, but through contact lenses, through wearable tech, through things on your sleeve. We're going to see in the near future the way that we go about wearing our technology will mean that the days when we look back and think that we actually physically held something that was so easy to lose or drop down the toilet, those days are going to be gone. I mean, we used to have like things like pages in the past, and it's like we used to have things like fax machines that most of us don't have anymore. We had machines that came and went, and the phone in the future will be a machine that will disappear because it will just be everywhere. Now, it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next year, but it's already going to start in this coming year. So this is where machines just become part of everything we do. Wearable tech pioneers, there's some links here I'm going to give you where it was taking place on sensors that we can link into. And then also the way we access information is changing massively. We've got now the smart TVs, which are going into gesture-based facial recognition, so we don't even have to touch a keyboard anymore. This here just came out 12th of November. It's a bulb which actually turns your entire table into a computer. So you can actually just basically type on a table, and it will basically recognize what you're doing and treat it just as you don't have to carry a laptop around with you anymore. You can kind of move from one table to another in your office space. You can actually highlight things on a magazine and capture it. So the ability for us to actually use technology very differently from sitting in front of a screen is going to shift quite rapidly in the coming year. And the way we interact with it. This just came out. Windows 8 has now got touchless gesture control. So you're going to see many, many more apps showing up now in the App Store, which allow you to control your phone or your tablet or your laptop straight from the other side of the room if you wanted to. So that's basically going to change the way that we actually interact with three-dimensional data. So we're no longer going to have like a two-dimensional file folder or anything like that. We're going to have ways to actually navigate in three-dimensional space as bandwidth grows up as well. And that's going to change the way people even interact with your online store, for example, or the products that you've got to share with people as well. This is what I want to say about Microsoft. It's in November 14th. Microsoft showcases Star Trek-like real-time speech translator. Okay, so what is this? Remember Star Trek, where basically a Klingon would talk and a human being would understand what they're saying? They actually demonstrated this now in Tianjin, China, where basically, as it says here, Rashid naturally spoke in English. English text went into real time. I think it was in, it was straight into real time, translated, and then was read out in Chinese, right? All at the same time. So our ability to travel around the world and basically speak to anyone in any language is now on our doorstep. And this is obviously going to be one of the biggest things in terms of how we start connecting around the world, is knowing that we can speak any language in any place. And that, again, transforms things massively. When we go to America and we can speak American, or we can go to Australia and speak Australian. That was a little joke of mine. Okay, so here is the next part of this. Robots are better drivers than humans. Look at me. I am inside a Google car, no hands. This is when I was at Singularity. They don't really let you in these too often. But I was like inside this thing thinking, well, how redundant am I? Why even be in the driver's seat? Because this thing can drive better than I can. And so as a result, we're getting machines that are, there's now 480,000 kilometers that have been driven by the cars without an incident that hasn't been created by a human. Well, there was one crash and a human made it happen. And if you actually start looking at the future of where we're going, all the car companies are now designing by 2020 that they'll have augmented cars or robot cars, which means we've got a whole bunch more time to get on with other things. Where does that lead us to? Can a robot steal your job? Is it time to ban autonomous killer robots before it's too late? I'm sharing all of this because if you keep on thinking that the endpoint of efficiency is that anyone can get to your stuff anywhere at any time, and you can get to anyone's stuff anywhere at any time, and that robots effectively allow us to be augmented, which is what this next one's about, allows us to be superhuman ourselves, we can either say, well, as long as we stay in the same place with all this efficiency and all these things coming, we're going to be left behind by anyone who masters the robot. Or we can look at a different way around and say, actually, all this efficiency allows us to be much more effective, which I'm going to put down as the theme of this entire webinar right now, this entire virtual conference. Because you heard it during the Changemaker side, everyone's struggling or looking for ways that they can be more effective, given that they've got more time to be more effective, and more importantly, their competitors are becoming more effective as well, because they've already figured out ways to automate their efficiency. So this is about how do we make sure those things happen in a really effective way. So just before I get to number 9, I'm going to answer a number of questions, and then I'm going to get on to number 9, and then get on to number 10. And we've got basically 20 minutes to cover the last 2, so we're on schedule right now. And I'm going to start basically, I'm going to just refresh here so I can get anyone's questions that are on here. I'm going to do the same on Twitter right now as well, okay? So just going to make sure that we've got everybody. I have my memorized tweet here, so make sure I don't miss anybody here at the moment as well. If you have any questions or comments at the moment, then please do add them in as well. And here we go. Let's put in the FFYB 2012. So those will come up here as well. So I'm going to start with the questions that I have, which are on the GoToWebinar. WD Practitioners, this is from Pam Walton. Okay, great question. Some of you may remember WD Practitioners from like 4 years ago as part of XL Nation. Is this a relaunch? No, it's actually very different. The original Wealth Dynamics Practitioners, if you remember, was set up by Gail Metcalf and then run by a couple of the coaches. And then I kind of got involved and said, hey, we've got to do this a different way. And the biggest challenge we had, which I think anyone who's tried to build a coaching organization will have, is how do you manage quality as time goes on? I think one of the most important things that we've learned is a learning platform like our Entrepreneurs Institute, that it makes it very efficient because we can actually now replicate information well within our videos and so on, but it's still not as effective as having someone walking someone through it, which is why we're getting the practitioners now, where they're not kind of like saying, well, we hope you remember what you were taught and you can go and actually deliver this now, and then get people coming back complaining of the quality, but more, hey, we're giving you all the tools that someone can go through it. Even if you forget what you're actually meant to be talking about, it's all there in the video. So you're actually guiding someone through, and you're reminding them yourself and learning from it at the same time as well. So very, very different, which we couldn't have done this a couple of years ago because the online platforms weren't around or available for us to be able to do that. So that's really how it's quite different. I'm looking here at, my brain is about to explode. Yes, okay, sorry about that. 3D printers less than $1,000. Okay, so mainly comments on here, so thank you guys for all the comments. And if you're asking for any way to do any thanks or favors to me, if you're appreciating any of what you're hearing, the best thing you can do is post something, share it out, whether it's through Facebook, Twitter, so others kind of just get to see, and people know you that don't know me. People trust you who don't trust me because they just don't even know me. By actually, sharing and letting people know what it is that you're learning is the best favor you can do for me and support me as well. So definitely, if nothing else, something like that, putting something out there would be awesome. So Twitter, no other questions on here. Going to come over to the fast forward page, back on this link here. Penny's been busy posting. We've now got 236 mentions on here. We've got 97 likes, which is a pretty high percentage of people coming here, hopefully, as well. And we've got 40 shares on here as well. So if you haven't shared it or liked it, do that so you're part of the list. I'm just going to have a quick check to see if there are any other questions here that I'm missing. Gail Bennett has one. Just wondering how to work globally when local professional registration is required in each country. Oh, that's interesting. I guess that really is about what kind of business you're in, Gail. I'm coming, okay, great. So raising non-verbal children, Cleveland District State High School. So Gail is there in the education side. Gail, what we're doing at the moment with we're developing something called the Green Schools Education Network. And we have actually created our own certification called the Green School Certification. And then in the same way that you saw the online networks are getting accreditation from different groups, we're basically aiming to do the same thing. I want to give you a great connection to somebody who's one of the people that I mentor, and he has a fantastic site which I just love. He was a vet originally, and then he decided to to get his message out there. This is Anthony Chadwick. He's like, geez, you know what? Vets should basically have a whole bunch of cool stuff that they could get connected into. So he set up the Webinar Vet, and he's based in the UK, but he's now all over the world. And what he has is a whole bunch of upcoming webinars that vets get onto. Believe it or not, he's got over 10,000. I think it's more like 15,000 vets that now subscribe. You can see here the British Veterinary Association, £25 a month membership, which is at a lower rate than you would be getting if you booked personally. So to answer the question, how do you get credibility if you need to get certification? Sometimes like this, getting the endorsement of the association, getting them involved in what you're doing allows you to be able to get that kind of like first step in quite easily. Here you've got, so whether it's through the certification process, whether it's working with people who are certified, where you're giving them an extra piece, an extra bow in their an extra arrow in their quiver, whether it's connecting up with an association, these are all ways to build credibility. And look at this, he's got webinars on puppy parties, plugging out, so interested in the tissue bank. All sorts of like wild things that unless you're a vet, you may not find is going to help you in your life that much. But if you're a vet, it becomes essential. And obviously, what he's now doing is building this internationally and connecting up with other veterinary associations around the world as well. But as you can see, a very, very specific niche, but one which has become very profitable and more importantly, has made sure that he's a leader in his market. So that's Anthony. I'm going to give you this link because I'm not sure if Anthony's on the line or not. He's one of the people that, since we started working together, is allowing him to go international. And that's on the mentoring side. And like I said, again, if there's anyone here still considering whether you'd like some mentoring from me, I highly recommend it if you're looking for some very, very fast ways within the day, within tomorrow, to basically see a result in where you're at and where you're going. All right, so I'm going to just add this to this link here as well. Okay, a couple more questions I can see here. Here's a question from Anetta and Bill. So I'll just take the other ones out. And let's get these ones here. Bill, what would be a way you would suggest getting involved with the 3D printing field? Seems very exciting and potentially huge. Okay, thanks. Okay, so Bill, what I would say is that the first thing is go have a look at Thingiverse and have a look at Pinocchio and see the kind of things that already are getting printed there. There is definitely going to be, I mean, the hardware side is the most difficult because the hardware is moving really rapidly. So unless you're already highly, skilled in the area, I wouldn't necessarily go down that route. But from the point of view of actually designing or getting involved, we've got quite a number of people that are now doing things within 3D printing. So for example, I have an architect who I mentor who basically has created a model company, and that in turn is now working through 3D printing to create architectural models, and it's much faster and much cheaper than actually doing it the way he was doing it before. I mentioned the whole idea of doing tailor-made rackets, like squash rackets, tennis rackets, that can now be 3D printed. The idea of having products that, if there's specific products that you say, I'd love to have, this as either an item of jewelry or an item of fashion, and I'm going to actually go and test different ones out and see what people like out of the different types, you can get them 3D printed very easily. And even if you're not a designer, you can go into Elance or one of those places that has, which I'm going to get onto in a moment, where you can actually get experts to actually just design these things up for you at a fraction of the cost to be able to try them out for yourself as well. So I would say just get in there and start experimenting. You're going to find some pretty good ways you can get involved. Anetta's got a question. I'm designing physical workspaces that support people's best thinking. What do you think? How will workplaces will look like and function in the future? Very interesting. If you take a cubicle workspace, that's like steel energy. It's like metal. It's like that question, how is kind of like to get yourself in a quiet space to do your own thing. Terrible for any kind of brainstorming or thinking outside the box, which is why a lot of people don't like cubicles. But in the same way, if you have totally open plan, great for open thinking, but guess what? You can't concentrate or even take a phone call. So knowing that within any business, and we do this in our mentoring, we actually break down a business and your environments into 5 different environments. And everything that you do in your business is suitable to one of those environments. So it's like we have a space which is as good as a dance floor in your place. We have a space which is as good as a library in your office or in your home office, wherever you are. We have a place which is as good as a church in your space. So you think about these areas which create peak experiences in different areas, and imagine basically living in your workspace with these different peak experiences. You can jump into whenever you want. Everything gets done in half the time or less. And most importantly, don't try and create everything to be one energy, or else you'll do that part well and everything else terribly. Right? So obviously I've hit a chord with that. People are asking questions about it, but it's a really, really important and key part to that as well. All right. Okay, Pam's talking about the Lord Metal Ballet. That's very good. And I've got some other comments here, which are great. Nicole had a very good question. I'm sure many of you had. You print your phone on what? A piece of paper? If it's 3D, how do you use the phone? Okay, it actually is a physical phone. What is happening is that the 3D printer is moving in 3 dimensions as it's actually laying out in, and actually works from the top downwards, it doesn't work from the bottom upwards. It goes through line by line. So, I'm actually holding a cup in my hand at the moment. In that cup, it starts from the bottom line, and it knows where to layer out certain resin. It can do resin which can be metal if it's got a very high technology within the machine. Those are much more expensive, but they're going to get cheaper. You've got things like I said, like cornstarch. You've even got plastics where it just layers it one level at a time. And it's like several atoms at a time where you're layering it, and it zooms up and layers it again, zooms up, and so you can create very, very ornate and amazing products. Where when it's finished, it's basically as strong as anything. Think about printing Lego pieces, printing, like I said, shoes or hats or whatever you like, and you can effectively, and you're printing it out of different materials. They've already figured out how to print houses using different materials. So where the windows are, as they're going up, they're actually printing those parts as windows. They'll actually print the hinge of the door, so once it's printed, the door can already move without any extra effort being needed. So this is not about printing different pieces and putting them together. It's about basically printing one thing once out of all the materials you need, and depending on how sophisticated your 3D printer is, you can use pretty much any material that's out there. And as I said, at the nano level, you're actually, at that point, printing at the level of the electron. So mind-blowing as it is, that is where technology is taking us to right now. Okay, so here's where we're going to go. Any final comments, questions? This is the last 10 minutes to do it. I am on to our last 2 waves. This one, Age of Augmented Humanity. I'm going to be asking Penny to be posting all of these links because there's quite a lot here. And you'll see that this is how I see the world every day as a human being, that I see myself as being an augmented human being. And what does that mean? It means that I wake up every day knowing I have the best experts in the world that are ready to work for me if I have a good enough idea. I have the best financiers in the world who've got plenty of money, millions of dollars in fact, that they're willing to give me if I have a good enough project or a worthy enough project for them. I have all the customers in the world that are willing to buy something from me if I'm good enough at that as well. Fundamentally, I've become augmented in that I'm superhuman in anything I want to achieve in 10 times the time. So now, as Spider-Man's uncle says, the real question is not basically, do you have the power? The real question is, do you have the responsibility to go at that power? With great power comes great responsibility. And so with that, when we become more responsible, what then does that show up for us? Augmented humanity, which is something that Eric Schmidt talked about, is physical. It really is physical. I mean, what's happening with 3D printing, as we talked about, the Paralympics, we're seeing them getting faster and faster. Within 10 years, you're going to have people who are augmented that are going to be faster than normal human beings, and they're really trying to find out what they do ethically about that. You've got army soldiers. This is something that was created through a Silicon Valley company, which is an exoskeleton where you can walk along, it senses you're walking, and it makes you doubly strong as you're moving. And they've actually now used that to actually allow people who are in wheelchairs to walk again. This is called the e-legs. It's just unbelievable the way that they've actually evolved and developed this from something that was a killing machine to one that's allowing people to walk again. So these are tools which are on the augmented side, and it's not just about robotic augmentation, it's about what happens when we digitize ourselves through our DNA. $1,000 one-day DNA mapping is now a reality. When you start to know what's going on within your body, you can live longer, you can look after yourself better, you can be preventative, and there's a huge revolution which you will see in the fast forward events coming up in the future, which are all going to be around, it's all going to be around the big revolution happening in biology as well at the moment. It's the same revolution that happened when physics digitized. Physics digitized with Newton when he turned everything into formulas. Galileo, and then on to Newton, and then basically, obviously, onto Einstein and others. It became something where you could replicate everything, and you can suddenly, go out there and replicate the laws of nature, know what was going to happen next. It digitized with chemistry when it came to our periodic table, where we could then actually know very clearly how we can go about getting certain results with certain elements in ways that before it was all just magic. And the same is happening in biology now by basically digitizing DNA, where we can really get to know what's the symptom and what's the cause of every single thing that might be ailing us as we get older. 23andMe is a site I highly recommend. I'm part of it. You can submit your DNA to them. You kind of spit into a little kit. You send it off. It comes back. I've now basically taken my ancestry back 60,000 years, all the way back to when my ancestors were in Africa. I know what my DNA strands are. I know what my health risks are. And the weirdest thing is I'm getting people every week coming to me as my relatives, my cousins and all sorts, that have found me through this site where basically we've got the same DNA strands as each other. So kind of wild. But we're finding out more and more of each other, and the next step is sharing all this information so that there's going to be certain cures or even preventions for certain things that fit your DNA but not others, that by people with your DNA who share them, you're going to be able to find out about, which is going to make the whole ability for us to be able to stay well and look after our kids way better in the future as well. Where does this take us? My million-dollar question, augmented humanity: how can I live on a beach in Bali running all my businesses more effectively than stuck in an office in a city? That was my big question, right? How could I do that? And the answer is augmentation. It's by knowing that by tapping into the very, very best systems around the world, I've got the best people already working with me. I've got the best people developing my systems, and I don't even have to pay for them. So we made some real big rules to say I will not take on someone full-time employment unless we actually, so we used to be in a point where we had like 40, 50 people in the company full-time. We're now down to a core team that is doing so much more profitably, because we outsource so much of what we do to great people around the world. 99 Designs we've used for doing design through contests, just like I mentioned, logo tournament. So Penny will post all these, you get all the links to these. CrowdSpring is another one where constantly you're able to actually get out there, actually get business if you're looking for business, or find the right talent. I've mentioned Elance already, but there's a couple of others that I'll mention as well. These we'll use for different reasons. Sometimes we'll post in different places. Guru is like Elance, but it's more focused more on the technical side. And then we've got Odesk, which basically, again, is all different people, from everything from accountants to PAs to people doing your systems development. How do we actually manage everything internally? We use LifePlan to do our business planning, and it's kept up to date with all the latest things from around the world. So we can even say if we're going to set up a restaurant or set up a new school, what are the industry standards for the profit models around the world. We've got this one here, BizTree, which is all of the different business templates around the world, 1,500 documents in like one simple, affordable way to get the very latest. Very interesting, because you get these in Australia, you get this in America. Basically, if you were looking for what's a distribution agreement look like, what does an employment agreement look like, how do I put in place an agreement with my landlord, it has all of them in here, so you don't have to spend thousands on lawyer fees, and you don't have to ever worry, I don't know how to do that. Project management, I can see all our projects by going to our Basecamp, and I've used this in Green School, I've used this in Entrepreneurs Institute, in Wealth Dynamics, to track that all around the world. QuickBooks Online is how we're actually doing all of our online accounting, so I can actually, whereas a lot of people have their accounts based in their office because they want to be safe, online accounting is safe enough right now. You can get backups, but more importantly, I can be anywhere in the world, and I can see in real time what's going on in our accounts. So I no longer have to wait for month-end accounts. I can get minute-end accounts, and that's the way that we should be looking at our businesses. In the past, that took too long. Today, it's all there naturally if you design the system in the right way to do it. Again, like I said, all the people that I mentor with, we go through these kind of things and make sure that they're getting set up to have these things in place. Salesforce is what I use. I know Mary said that she used Infusionsoft. We find that Salesforce is more versatile for where we want to take things in the future as well. And that's why we chose Salesforce. Post Affiliate Pro is our affiliate system. We've got over 3,000 affiliates, and Inspire is what we're using as our web store. So we don't have to design much of anything. We just tailor it and bring things together. And like I said, when we start up with our platform for learning, rather than just going out and creating our own, we want to go to the best in the world, see how we can partner with them, and create something that provides the best for everybody. So that's basically the key part to that. I'm about to finish on my number 10, and we're coming up to time now. So what I want to do right now is I'm just having a quick check on any final questions that anyone has. Dana has asked a question, would you have a sample of your weekly plan? I do, but I'm not going to be sharing it just because of time element on this call right now. But Dana, we can definitely catch up on this. Dana runs Uggies, and I mentor and is doing awesome stuff with the way she's building her brand into an international brand. But yeah, I'll definitely share that with you. And then I've got here Leanne. Good, nearly canceled my appointment because I didn't want to miss it. Light bulb moment. Okay, good. All right, good to know you're coming on board, Leanne. And then also some of the other questions. I think I've covered some of these other questions here as well. So final check on everything that's going on. Systems check with the last minute down. We have been pretty unbelievably all on for 4 hours. So I want to thank everyone for being on for so long. I've never run such a virtual conference for such a long time. I do want to make sure that anyone who's been on the conference who would like to come on board again for next year, has an opportunity to do that. So what we have done is we've made it really simple for anyone who's enjoyed this and would like to see me in person or come to some of our groups and see our changemakers. We've given you this link here, which is the Fast Forward Your Business link for 2013. This link here, I'm going to actually copy and paste it into the Fast Forward Your Business right now. And there I go, clicking it in there, as well as basically book for FFYB 2013. If you enjoyed our call today, and you will notice that when you actually click onto that right now, you will see all of the different events we have. We've got the ones coming up in March in Australia. We've got LA. There's some that aren't on here at the moment. We've got Taiwan and Japan, for example. We've got London, Manchester happening. And so you can already book into those. And what you'll notice is that just for the next 24 hours, if you click on one of these and you decide you want to go to it, you will notice that it actually comes up for 2 for 1 here, which is, sorry, when I say 24 hours, 2 hours, that you actually have 2 hours right now after this call. If you'd like to come, then you get 2 tickets with all the benefits of it, because we'd love you to bring someone along as well. My interest is getting out this message and this news to as many people as possible. I think more people should know about this. I know how much of a difference it makes in my business by knowing this information and keeping up to date with it. I hope you agree. And so you'll share this information on with others so they can follow along as well. So I've given you these links so that you, there it is, post, so that you have an opportunity to book if you'd like to come along and bring someone with you as well, and share the word around if you'd like. As far as it goes with, and I'll put that link in there as well. As far as it goes with the final thing I said on the mentoring, I haven't had a chance to check because I've been full on here, but this is the mentoring link. If you would like to come and join me tomorrow at one of our groups, if they're not all full at the moment, then please do that. I'm going to put the link down the bottom here. And after this call, when you get a chance to catch your breath, you can basically book in a spot there with me. That would be awesome. And if you also would like to come and join our Entrepreneurs Institute and get going on that, I'm going to put this link down here for you as well. So those 3 links are at the end there to take action on those if you'd like to take action. And of course, I would love you to take some kind of action. That brings me to the final of my waves. And this final wave is my favorite, as many of you will know. And it's the one that, for me, is what all of this brings it together. Because, you know, a lot of us are thinking, well, this technology is going to separate us more apart. A lot of people have that worry, you know. Is social media going to mean we're not going to have friends anymore? We're going to do everything online? There's all that ongoing conversation about that. My personal experience, as you've heard from the people at the top of the line at the moment who are doing awesome things, and our change makers, the truth of it is, efficiency, when it's taken out of our hands, gives us all that chance to be effective. And the real question then is, okay, so how effective do you want to become? You know, how big do you want to make it? And what we find is that when we actually ask the bigger questions, when we stop thinking that resources are going to limit us, and we realize it's only our own thinking, that's when we start thinking bigger. Number 10 is worldwide wealth. And worldwide wealth is the link of what happens when we look at our planet from above. We have this huge shift that's happening in the space race right now. Virgin Galactic is taking off with its first tourist next year. That's happening right now. Earlier this year, Peter Diamandis basically launched planetary resources to mine asteroids so we don't have to take resources from our own planet right now. There's all this news, more news than ever on what's going on in space than ever since the moon landing, which was back in 1968, 69. And what's happening around the world is people are getting more conscious about the shift and change we can make. There's 2 of the United Nations Millennium Goals that were hit this year. One was halving extreme poverty, which happened this year, believe it or not. One was the environmental goal of halving the number of people who didn't have drinking water. And the shift that's happened when people have realized they've got the powers, even locally, to empower themselves using all this technology, means that we all have got an awakening world that we're also awakening up into as well. I put some articles in here about China increasing their forest range, Amazon forest being lowest on record in terms of its drop. You know, we're reversing things that before we never thought would be reversible. These things are happening pretty rapidly. I'm part of something called Singularity University. This is something definitely to have a look at, and the links are there, which we're going to post after this as well. I was there just about a month ago, and a lot of the things that I'm talking about here, they're talking about at an even higher level at the Singularity University, and they bring all the top people in to share about it. Abundance is a book I recommend you read, which is from Peter Diamandis, and is all about the future. When you actually got this kind of thinking that I'm talking about, really allows you not only to be far more successful, but allows you to make a big difference in the world as well. That's what I mean by the lighthouse. I have this little quote here. The light illuminates everything except the light. What do I mean by that quote? The light illuminates everything except the light. What that means is the lighthouse cannot see the lighthouse. When you're in the lighthouse, you cannot see the lighthouse. Like, where's the lighthouse gone? You know, a lot of us, you're going to see that within Entrepreneurs Institute, I talk a lot about the lighthouse. For me, it's like the perfect structure, because the lighthouse is something that shines light on everything. It's a beacon of adventure for people leaving the shores, and it's also the beacon of safety for people coming back. But most importantly, there's an element which goes back to the Lighthouse of Alexandria, which is that we are the lighthouses. If you're out there looking for the lighthouse, and you're out there looking for the light, and you can't see it, well, that gives you a clue that you are the lighthouse. You know, you're the one that's actually the one that has all this to shine. You're the one that has all this information I've just shared with you that you can process, but is nothing unless it gets shined back out again. And if you actually start thinking from that point, which is, if I'm a lighthouse, what is my light? What is it that people are seeing in me? What is the reflection I'm getting back from others? And you start thinking in that way, you don't need that many lighthouses going before you illuminate the world. And that to me is what this is about. It's lighting us one at a time. We're already lighthouses, just some of us haven't chosen to turn on yet, or not at the level we could be. So reach up higher, reach out further and wider. And that's why I finish up with this Desmond Tutu quote that I've finished at every one of my Fast Forward events. And I hope you'll agree with me if you've been to any of my Fast Forward events. They're very different content from what I've shared today, simply because the future just keeps on changing. And this is Desmond Tutu's quote, which is, "My humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together." We are in this very weird situation where, for the first time ever, through artificial intelligence and through all these robots and all this information where we're trying to program things through our phones and computers and everything, and trying to make it more human, for the first time ever, we're trying to explain to some other entity what it truly is to be human. And before, we just took it for granted because we only had ourselves to talk to. But now that we're actually trying to explain it to a machine, it's like, well, this is what it really means to be human. You're not human enough. We're suddenly thinking, well, what is human? What does it mean to be human? And when does ethics become more important because things get too powerful, they become non-human? Why do I share that? Because we have an opportunity to lay that space out for the future generation coming. And that generation is not just our kids, it's also the intelligent computers and robots we're creating that are going to be born into a future. And that future, as Buckminster Fuller says, he says, and this is my favorite quote of all time, "Our children are our elders in universe time." Our children are our elders in universe time. And what he means by that is, he means that people born into a universe after us, and our kids were born into a universe far more advanced than the one we're born into. So of course they're more advanced as beings. And everything we're getting born into, this future of ours, are being born into a place which is already our home, and are born into a place where they can only follow the rules we've set. So it's up to us now to set those rules and effectively to do that together. We hold this future, we make it happen. So I'm finishing really on that as a big why question. Why go for 10 times the result this next year? Why make this your biggest year ever? Why take a bunch of the stuff that we've shared about, get yourself the right mentors and get going? The reason is because by us being our full potential, we basically set the example for those coming after us to live to their full potential as well. And frankly, that's what this world needs. I want to say thank you everyone so much for just joining this call and being on it. We almost finished exactly on time, which would have been a record for me. And I want to say, please do leave a note, leave a message on Facebook, on Twitter. I will do this. I did this at the last event. I will do this again. Here's my promise to you. Anyone who basically sends in a FFYB link on Twitter, or basically puts in a post on Facebook or something like that, I will in this next week, give you a personal reply. And also, if you're on Twitter, I'll basically put a recommendation out for people to follow you from the 40,000 people following me right now as well. That's my way of reflecting to you from my network for just the thanks for just being on this call and being part of everything we've covered here together as well. So do share, do take the next 10 minutes not to just go and have coffee and forget about what we just talked about. Write down the biggest learnings, share it out with others, whatever those happen to be. Thank you so much, everyone, for just being on this call. I look forward to seeing you in your country or on the next call we have together, and have an absolutely fantastic end of the year and an amazing 2013. Thanks, everyone. Bye for now.